Good numbing. Hello YouTube and welcome back to session 6 of the Caligula effect Overdose. Last time we started our misadventure through the amusement park, learned that EG is just as awful as we thought he was, met a new musician, well not in our musician mode, but we got to meet one in person. We got our first encounter with another one who's extremely shallow and is like having a beauty show face off with one of our girls, but it's a long story. Either way, we've got a lot of little things to do. We're not done entirely with the amusement park. We're off to the aquarium next. But firstly, oh, two characters have an event for us to do. I said I'd leave this to the start of the next stream, so it's something to start with. As always, please remember to like and subscribe. It genuinely goes a very long way in helping this channel. We're at 444 subs as of this stream, which just made me giggle when I saw that this morning. I was like, hey! We're getting there to 450 at our sub goal for Hades. And as well, in the description of every video is my Twitter and Patreon if you feel so inclined. But let us dive straight in. We got some events to do. There's also a lot of little things that got announced either last night or this morning that I'll probably talk about throughout the stream. But either way, let's dive in. We're doing this again today. Oh yeah, right. Ayana's thing was trying to get her used to men, wasn't it? Of course. This won't remedy itself. So we need to force these men cooties on you. You have to work hard and return to reality, Yana. Now, who will be today's victim? I mean, who will be today's gentleman? Oh, wow, that's quite the selection. Minazawa-kun. Besides his face, he's pretty harmless, so I don't have any complaints beside him being a boy. Is that so? Yeah, the problem is he's not easy to talk to. Yeah, and Ayana's struggling. Ah, it's no use. These two can't hold a conversation. This will take way too long for her to get used to men. I don't care what, just talk about something. Do you two have any hobbies? It's not a hobby per se, but I've been taking violin lessons since I was a kid. Maybe doing karaoke by myself? I like singing, and it's good for relieving stress too. Oh, look, something in common. You both like music. If you like the violin, then you must play classical music, right? What kind of songs do you sing, Ayana? J-pop, I guess. To be a live idol a long time ago. A live idol? Then you're the same as me! I was invited by my friend. She said that if I wanted to overcome my androphobia, I needed to at least do something like this. What kind of idol were you? It was a group of 5 girls, and we were actually pretty popular. There was talks of us doing a major debut. That's amazing! Not really. I was famous for having the cold personality, and I was nicknamed Sundra by our fans. Sundra, ugh, I can kind of imagine. For a rich boy who played classical music, I'm sure an underground idol like me who curd favour with men seems idiotic. You can laugh at me if you want. No. Even though it may have been to overcome your androphobia. I think it's admirable you worked hard at something you weren't fond of. And the fact that you were popular enough to possibly make a major debut is proof that you touched so many hearts. I'm envious that you were able to put that much of your soul into music. Stop that! An underground idol isn't anything noble. I wish I hadn't done it. It's because of the men who got excited by it, and it's why Himari... Ayana? Did I say something wrong? No, it's not your fault, Azuru. I wonder what happened to her all of a sudden. Maybe something bad happened during her idol days. Maybe it's finally time to discover why she has such a deep hatred of men. Oh, we're about to find out right now, I guess. President Arya? President Arya? Yeah, Arya's not the president. I'm sorry about The other day. You mean 5 minutes ago? It's fine. How are you feeling? Not that good. Do you want to call upon another gentleman today? Fucking, yeah, let's just get Iji here. No, what about, Shogo's kind of ignorant, Katara's an idiot, Iji is, like, sinister. Shogo means well, maybe Shogo-senpai isn't really good with girls, right? He seems fine in front of the Go Home Club girls, but I can tell because I'm like this. What about... No way. There's something wrong with that guy. Yeah, fair point. Fair point, well played. E.G. is... After yesterday where E.G. was actually just kicking a woman on the ground, like, several times. And no, I'm not going to give you the context for that. He deserves to be seen that way. He was trying to kill Mew and that girl. Oh, literally, she's bringing it up. Kuchinashi. Yeah, he might have trapped her, but that was going way too far. E.G. had been panicked then. That's it. You seem to know that Kuchinashi girl. He must be hiding something. Anyway, I can't trust Biwasaka-senpai. I don't want to talk to him. What about the idiot? Forget it, his presence is so loud, I can't stand it. I'm sure he's not a bad person, but I can't do what I can't do. Hey, it's been bothering me for a while, but can I ask you something? When Iji attacked Kuchinashi at the shrine, why did you protect her? Because it was a girl getting beaten up. I think I can explain that one for you. You know, a dude starts beating up a girl, you have an opportunity to step in and stop the dude, you're gonna step in. Like, just a fucking thought. I told you that I used to be a live idol a long time ago, right? One time after a meet and greet, Himari, one of the members and one of my friends, was attacked by a male fan. By a fan? I saw it happen right in front of me, but I was so scared I couldn't do anything. He hit her face with a metal bat, you know. Jesus Christ. You sure it was a fan? Really hard. He was always following Himari around, and then he got mad when he was pushed away. Men are all like that, right? They don't like something, they think it's okay to just overpower women with brute force. I'm just tired of this. Don't ever do anything like that in front of me ever again. Ayana. Do you remember the abductor's name that Biwasaka-senpai was talking about? Ooh, if I get this wrong, it's absolutely gonna invert the social link. Ooh. I don't remember at all. Was it Tanaka? Gundam would never do something like that. I don't recognize Todokoro though. Fuck! Yeah, it was Todokoro. The guy attacked Himari. His name was also Todokoro. Is that a coincidence? Even so, it's creepy. And are you alright? Do you want to call it a day? Let's go somewhere for a distraction. Hey, it's a great idea. Ayana, is this somewhere you want to go? Karaoke. Screaming a bunch makes me feel a lot better. Fair. Fair, Ayana. Fair. It's like Tanaka was a name I recognized, and I was like, but the Tanaka Empire wouldn't stand for this. Wow, that was so much fun. Your rendition of Abalone Pantry was amazing, Ayana. It's been a while since I sang like that. Thank you so much for today, both of you. I feel so much better. And look, Ayana was able to relieve some stress. But for her to have that kind of reason for her androphobia, I don't know if it can be that can be overcome. Okay, we didn't screw up the social link. I was worried. I was worried that would completely screw over the social link if I, like, got it wrong. So she'd be like, you don't even pay attention! What about you, not Byakuya? You've been hanging out with Minazawa-kun a lot lately, huh? Oh, well, here, please. I'm guessing you're just supposed to pretend someone else is here. You want me to give this to Uzuru? That's right, I'd appreciate it. Hey, Uzuru, you got a fan. What happened? What did that girl want with Uzuru? A letter? Kind of old-fashioned nowadays. Oh, do you think it's a love letter? He is handsome after all. And so popular. Let's hurry and get to Uzuru, okay? I like how Arya's brought up that Uzuru's handsome, like, a lot. It's like, I'm like, Arya, there's something you want to share with the class? That's the start of Uzuru's link. Someone fucking... Hey, Uzuru. Uzuru. What is it? A girl wanted us to give you this letter. It's got to be a love letter. So come on, read it. Hurry. Throw it away. Oh, why? At least see you sent it. I'm not interested. Schoolgirls and their pathetic crushes are so annoying. It's not even like stands looking to the side the way Byakuya does. Like, come on. Hey, wait, it's rude to throw it away without reading it, and maybe if you read it, you'll change your mind. Leave me alone. I'm not looking for any sort of relationship. You have to go. I'll be like, I'm right here, dude. I joined the Go-Ho Club to accomplish a common goal, not to make friends. Sorry if there was a misunderstanding. You want to be alone that badly? That's right. When I go back to the real world, I'll be completely independent. I don't need anyone but me. That's a pipe dream. The only thing dreamy you would be concerned with is your... The only thing dreamy you should be concerned with is your face. She's saying he's handsome again. Human beings can't survive alone. I will show you just how juvenile you are. Do what you want. Like, I kind of admire how not subtle Arya is with her little crush she's got on Uzuru. It's like, come on, we gotta hang out with a handsome... I mean Uzuru, I mean handsome man, I mean daddy. Like, that's Arya. Off screen, as I said I would, I did max out the friendship rank with EG, and then immediately swapped him off the party, never to be seen again. Uzuru, I'm debating having on the party. I've messed with him a little off screen, he's actually pretty damn fun. Like, I've been kind of like umming and ahhing on it. I'll leave it like that for just someone to check both their stats. Yeah, because 1455 versus 1570. She's higher. Jesus. Oh, look at that. This man knows he's handsome as fuck. Come on, it's not fair. Yeah, even if like the best stuff we can give him, it's not anywhere near the same level. Whilst the yes, perfect queen, I just enjoy her in the party too much. Oh, whoops, square button. I like this party. Honestly, it kind of reminds me of like my Atlas Sophie party. But I just have one dude be like the brunt attacker, like to be like this ultimate, like he has a good defense and he does insane damage. And then all the other characters be like ending up females, but then just like ticking different boxes to like cover all my bases. Like Shogo is just super all in on everything, but then everyone else, like, you know, Kotono can do range damage and she's got good healing. Suzuna's like evasive as hell, so she can kind of get herself out of dodge and keep herself going. I'm like the all covers base jack of all trades. My attack is 1732. I only just realized. Holy shit. But anyway, in the main plot, we started our showdown with our next musician. I forgot her name, the blonde woman. And it was like a fashion off. So we need to go around and prove our worth to a bunch of different people. So let's dive straight back in. And whilst we're doing that, we can talk about some of the announcements. Firstly, Atelier Rise of 3 is now up for pre-order in the West. I had a feeling it was imminent, considering it went up for pre-order in Japan, like, yesterday. But yeah, that's actually... Oh yeah, we did get that. That's gone live now. Oh, this theme's so good. So I'm just trying to see if I can get that pixel on the map. Oh well. And it's actually pretty reasonable. I mean, that's not new. All of the Atelier games that I've brought have been reasonably priced. It has got a season pass, like, you know, Riser 1, 2, and Sophie 2 did. And if anything, the season pass, it's not as big as I thought it would be. They're actually kind of keeping it a little more on the reasonable side, because all the last of the content comes out in June for the season pass. It's the swimsuits, because of course there is. There is an Eastern-themed attire that will be coming out in a couple months after launch. There's you know, crafting pack, a key pack, which is tied to that new key mechanic that I haven't been looking too much into. I've got a general gist of how it works, but I kind of want to still go into it blind. And then it's going to be, you know, I think 1 or 2 new areas. One of them's going to be the post-game super hard but resource grind area, and then there's just another one that's going to be like a little secret extra sort of thing. So it's the same sort of gist to like how Rise of 1 and 2's DLC is. The Eastern attires I'm excited for though. That's different. I think that'll be fun. I want to see what they do with that. Like, I want to see if like all the girls are in kimonos and shit. Like that's what they mean by Eastern, or it'll be more like samurai attire or something like that. God, level 35 is the base level of enemies now. Jeez, yeah, it is creeping up. This effect was really cool. So this is my power. I apologize for everything up until this point. Looking forward to fighting with you, buddy. Yeah, I was going to say, that third guy was absolutely walking into this fight. We've also got, like, outside of, you know, Riser, Marie's up for wish listing. You can't get it yet, but it's actually... Oh, right, we're still on auto. I was like, so why isn't it just starting? So that would be something definitely for sure we'll get. There was 2 game announcements yesterday. Like one of them was something Crystallis, which people are saying might be a sequel to like some like Crystal thing. That's being made by Furyu, which if you don't know, Furyu is involved in this game, which is, I don't know if they're the main dev or just part of the dev team sort of thing, but you know, it's at least something. And then there's this other one, and I can't remember what it's called. It's like the French word for sky. It's like Zishano or something like that. That looks pretty sick. But also, it's more just because it reminds me a lot of Death End, because it's super, like, the CG art for it's really bloody. And I mean, like, really bloody and gory. And it being an anime turn-based JRPG, where you play as, like, a teacher or mentor looking after a group of students in a vicious world sort of thing. And I'm like, oh, okay, that sounds kind of charming. Then I saw the artwork and I went, oh, no, never mind. It's going to be, like, the reason why it's called Scars, because all these kids are going to be, like, emotionally scarred by the end of it. There's no way they're coming out of it in one piece. And it looks pretty interesting. But it's currently... I saw that, yep. It's currently only Japan. It hasn't got a Western release, so we'll have to just see what becomes of that later on. But that we don't know if it's going to get any Western announcements imminently, because tomorrow... It's at 9 PM UTC, which is like 0 on the clock if you want to try and timescale off it. Like if you're -6, then take 6 off of 9 PM, sorry. But tomorrow at 9 PM is the Sony State of Play, which is going to be 45 minutes long. So we're imminent a bunch more of other announcements. Oh, I should have probably double shot at the level 36, sorry. That's right, the 36 died anyway, so we're good. And we've got the Pokemon thing on the 27th, which will have a bunch of announcements. And then once again, everyone's like, oh, they might tease Unova remakes, and I'm like, trust me, as someone who has been bitten hard by 2 remakes in a row, you don't want another fucking remake. 63! I think he ran straight up into you. What the fuck? Why is just a level 63 minding their own business? Why is God just strolling around? Why? But if the Unova remakes get announced, I hope for the love of God it gets a glimmer more effort and time put into it than what 4th gen was. Like 3rd gen, every single generation's remake's been worse than the last. And it's been like that for a while. Like Gen 1 remake was really cool. It was not only like the definitive version of the game, it not only included all the quality of life of the series up until that point, but it added a previously scrapped content back into the game with the Sevi Islands, making it a real... I bet this is locked by that level 63. Making it a real, like, definitive edition. You no longer had a reason to go back to the original outside of curiosity. And then they did sort of the same with Soul Silver and Heart Gold. In fact, I'd argue Soul Silver and Heart Gold are even better. I love those two games. They're one of my favorite Pokemon games. Even though, like, I'm not the biggest Gen 2 person, the Gen 2 remakes were phenomenal. But then there was Gen 3. And Gen 3 was, like, just... It didn't include any extra any of the extra content. It instead just replaced the original Director's Cut version. It replaced Emerald's content with other shit. It replaced all the Emerald shenanigans with a fetch quest after you beat the game that is barely any long and is just there to nab 2 legendaries and then you're done. There was no Battle Frontier return. It just in general felt like a lesser version other than graphics, but then that could be said for the whole of Gen 6's lifespan. Everything in Gen 6 just felt like lesser Pokemon but with meta graphics. But then the Gen 4 remakes came along, and Gen 4 is my favourite generation ever, and the Gen 4 remakes is straight up the worst Pokemon game ever made. And it's a real shame, because I was actually one of the defenders. When it was first announced, I wanted it to just be a straight remake. I was like, instead of trying to make it, like, adapt it to modernize, I was like, no, I'm on board with it just being a straight remake. You know, the same top-down perspective, but now it's more 2.5D, because the original was already kind of 2.5 in certain aspects. Just include some Platinum content in there as well. We're all good. I wasn't expecting it to not only just be straight-up Diamond and Pearl again, but with none of the quality of life, and even, like, backpedaling some things that were already fixed and sorted by Gen 4. It's literally just Diamond and Pearl again. So it was just like, no, come on. The main reason why most people fell in love with Gen 4 was not Diamond and Pearl, it was Platinum. Platinum was what turned it around from an alright game to the best game in the series. You know what, level 46, I'm feeling bold. So they're saying, oh, the Unova remake's coming. I was like, yeah, you Unova fans, you have no idea what's coming your way if it's anything like what the Gen 4 remake got. I still stand by the fact it's not too late to fix that problem. Make Pokemon Platinum remake, but do it in the Octopath art style. The HD 2D. Like, for the love of God. It's not too late, Nintendo. And you can still do this. I know it's Game Freak, but you know, it's not too late. Hire the Octopath guys and just make a Platinum remake using that art style. Everyone would love it. Octopath, the Octopath games are so fucking beautiful of how they handle their graphic system and their retroactive stuff. I'm so excited for Octopath 2 to be able to see it in all its fucking glory again. I played the demo and I loved it. It's such a beautiful goddamn game. That, like, has like a masterclass feel of how it makes its art style. 'Cause it makes it feel retro and new at the same time. Just do that with Pokemon. The sprite-based eras of Pokemon were more enjoyable than the 3D era anyway, so come on, have a sprite-based, have a HD 2D remake of Pokemon Platinum. That would make me get a Switch, instead of having to always just borrow. That's the only reason I played, like, Sword and Shield, like, no, I borrowed it. I don't have a Switch on my own. That would, like, convince me. That would, like, set me over to get it. If it's like they did that with with a Platinum remake. But they're not gonna. I keep on saying it's not too late. And it's not. It's just I also understand that the actual, like, Pokemon company, not Game Freak the devs, the actual, like, Overlord company, don't really have any patience. They're very much, everything has to be done by these times. And it's, like, really upsetting, because that's why, like, every Pokemon game since, like, the end of Gen 5 has felt less than what it could be. Like, Gen 6 was just kind of there. Gen 7 was alright, but it did feel very hand-holdy and, like, very scripted. Like, you could only do things in set ways, even though I did enjoy it. Gen 8, you know, straight up was the first one to get rid of a national dex, which is still sat weird for people. I don't think we're ever getting the normal Pokedex back outside of, like, fan games, tragically. Oh, I was hoping that would be good enough time to get away with that. As in Gen 9, literally, the game's like such a glitchy fucking mess when that came out, and it still is. There's a patch coming, but it doesn't change the fact that it had a lot of goddamn problems at launch that just shouldn't have been there and should have been held to a higher standard. But because the entire game is consistently getting, like, each game gets consistently, like, forced out earlier and earlier just to meet deadlines of the actual Pokemon companies, like, no wonder. When there was rumors that Gen 10 had started development, like almost the second Gen 9 left the door, people were going, oh, that seems way too early. Didn't they get a break? And I was like, no, to be honest, if they want to keep up with deadlines, that's the only way. Is to start it now. It's literally the only way they're ever going to be able to keep on top of it, the current like system. Something desperately needs to change. And it's not Game Freak's fault. I used to blame Game Freak. I used to be like, they just can't do it anymore. But no, now I've like become more aware of what's going on behind the scenes. The reason why there's been a new generation every 3 years without fail is because it's in demand. The overlords are the ones demanding it, and I'm just like, I would love a Pokemon game to actually have proper time and development again. I would love for like Gen 10 to not be in 3 years, to be in like 6 or 7 if it needs be. I know it feels like forever away, but I would rather, especially because, you know, Gen 10, that's a big milestone. Their 10th like major entry to a franchise. That's a major milestone for any franchise. I don't want it to suffer the same fate as Gen 8 and Gen 9, where they're still fun games, but wow, is there a lot that could have been, you know? I want Gen 10 to actually feel like one last major hurrah, and then if we go into Gen 11, I'm not saying that I'd want them to go back to being the rushing, but I'd almost be like, I'd be satisfied and still be able to appreciate them more. The fact that like Gen 5 was the last generation that felt really complete, and even then that was split into Black and White 1 and Black and White 2, for goodness sake, is a shame, because that was like over a decade ago, you know? There's also murmurs that a brand new mystery dungeon, not a remake, a brand new one, is in development. And if that's the case, that's amazing. I don't know whether it will hold a candle to the originals, though. Explorers of Sky is still not only like the peak of mystery dungeon, but it's the peak of storytelling in Pokemon full fucking stop. It's a phenomenal game, and I still highly recommend it to anyone. It's just, it's way harder to get a hold of nowadays, unfortunately. If you don't already have Explorers of Sky, you're, like a lot of DS games, unfortunately, you're forking out a lot of money to get it now. Which is why I was kind of hoping that they, similar to Mystery Dungeon DX, there would be a Sky DX. Not a Time and Darkness DX, because I love Time and Darkness as well, don't get me wrong, but Sky just added so much more quality of life. But if they're instead making a brand new one, it's gonna be just like how Gates of Affinity was, and just like how Super Mystery Dungeon was. It'll be compared immediately and held to the standard that Sky made. And Gates of Infinity absolutely didn't hold it, unfortunately. I can't speak for Super, because I never got it. I was interested, and I kept an eye on Super when it was coming around, about to make the rounds, but when it came out, there was just other things I wanted to get at the time. And it was also one of those things, when you love a franchise so much, sometimes it can actually be harder to approach the next entry. Because you know it's going to be harder. You know it's not going to be as easy to get into. Penophobia. What level is that one? There's Phonophobia. Triophobia, Polka, Penophobia. 64! Oof, okay, no, later. I'd love to be able to do one of these doors to the end eventually, one of the world rewards, just not yet. It might even be an NG Plus thing at this rate. But if these rumors end up being true, there's a new one coming, then like I said, it's going to be held to an extremely high standard for a lot of people, and I hope we can get it again. And I'm a little bit more optimistic that they could, because the mainline Pokemon games, Legends Arceus was like a good example of it, but it was also noticeable in New Game, like Scarlet and Violet, that Pokemon is prepared to do not like dark storylines, but slightly more mature stories again, to actually have twists and shit happen. And if that's the case, I'm really hoping that continues into Mystery Dungeon, because that's what made Sky so good. That it did have a not like mature, like it was still, you know, kids going on an adventure, but there was still twists and turns, there were still unexpected developments, there were, you know, things like that. And the story was ultimately very powerful. It's one of the very few games in the elite club of games that made me cry. That game made me weep. And the thing is, every time I go back to it, the ending still makes me tear up. It still makes me choke up and get all sad, because it's so good. I'm not expecting them to do that again, but if they can, I am hoping, because of how the most recent mainlines have been, they can hopefully make it again. Just something that is a smidge more powerful, and not just, you know, the kids on the adventure, that actually have a bit more behind the scenes, have a bit more going on. It would make my day. I would make a lot of people's day. It wouldn't make a bunch of American reviewers' day, because fucking holy shit, there is nothing more, and I mean this in the nicest possible way, but there is nothing more brain dead than reading US reviews for Mystery Dungeon Sky. Like, all of them was so upset that they couldn't just mash A to win. They have to actually use thoughts and strategy to play the game. And so they all, like, butchered the score, gave it super low, like 3 out of 10s or 4 out of 10s. You go to literally any other country outside Japan, and it's like a 9 out of 10. Because everyone was like, no, it's a detailed action RPG with a grid-like dungeon crawling expansion with it, and an extremely elaborate and personal story. It's a masterpiece game, but it is harder to get into because of the nature of the genre, which is why it doesn't get the 10 for in most of those reviews. Which I think is fair enough, because yeah, any Mystery Dungeon game is a little harder to get into. But it's just all the US reviews are just like, you can't just mash A. And I'm just like, what? Shut up. It's like, oh, it's too much for a kid's game. No, it's not. Like, why does... I know there was a couple of reviews like that outside of the West, but it did feel like almost every US review, like, dogged on it. Like, you go on Metacritic, and it's like, professional review, it's like a 50 out of 100, and yet user review is like an 8, like an 80 out of 100, and it's just like... Come on. Listen, you look at all the Japanese reviews, and everyone loved it. You look at all the reviews in, like, Canada, people loved it. You look at the reviews in UK, people loved it. It's like, what the fuck was going on in the US? They were also the same with Gates of Infinity, but Gates of Infinity... It was still a very good game, don't get me wrong. It was just it had a much lesser story, so it didn't resonate as well with fans. Alright, this is one of those 3 guys we're supposed to impress, so I did save beforehand, so if we fail it, we can try it again. So, you're Lady Murray's challenger, huh? I am one of this aquarium's curators of beauty. You must understand that a woman's beauty lies in her grace. If you can look upon me with more disgust than Lady Murray does, you may consider my vote yours. Eh? Why is a look of disgust the only way to measure this? It's a personal theory of mine. A woman's eyes exude the most power when they look down on someone. Fucking... Dude, you can just admit you like... You can just admit you're a bottom, dude. It's cool. Never heard anyone say that. Same. If I'm going to judge your beauty, it's critical that your gaze's power be taken into consideration. I don't get it at all. Why do we all need to vote for him again? What should we do? It seems like he'll be tough to please. Oh, you gotta see, muster every ounce of disgust in you. Not bad, not bad. Raise your gaze to a present person named Murray's. Ooh, scary. It wasn't a bad gaze, but it's not my type, sadly. Suppose you couldn't surpass her after all. Fuck! Alright, I'm just gonna load. Hang on. This is a big... Hang on, this is why. So if we look at him happily, we might, like... Well, we just gotta awaken a new kink in him, is that it? Hang on. Hey, loser. No, that's not it at all. What are you playing at? I thought you wanted my vote. Just imagine something you hate more than anything. Or someone. You must have at least one person you hate. I don't want to think about him. That's why I'm handing out these ballots. God, if you have time to be saying weird things like that, you just have to vote for me. Just take... You have time to vote for me. Just take this. There, that look, those eyes, as if looking upon garbage. Of course, you have to be nice to get the vote. Because then it ticks her off and she gets angry about it, and then that's the gaze. I like it. I'll take your ballots and I'll vote for you. Really? I cannot believe that did the trick. Well, if he's going to vote for Katana-senpai, I guess all is well. I see. I still don't get it. You know what, Uzaru? I'm with you. I never thought I'd meet someone with such strong eyes. Your beauty far surpasses Lady Murray's. I'll be looking forward to voting for you. Of course, being nice is the answer. Ugh. Alright, there was a staircase in the middle. Oh shit. I'm guessing they're going to lead up into a middle zone. And maybe it will link together since there's 3 people we need to find. Fucking auto turned off. Because I reloaded my save. God dang it. I mean, I ended up got a bit detoured. Sorry, I was like talking about Nintendo, and I mean, it's more because I just wanted to talk about Mystery Dungeon, and I was like, no, there's other things I have to talk about first. I can't just immediately show my bias. But I was like talking about Mystery Dungeon at length. I still need to talk about that state of play tomorrow, since it is, you know, tomorrow. It's 45 minutes long, and it's going to be 5 VR titles, and the rest are third parties. And that might sound a bit disappointing for some, that, you know, it's not the next Sony first party. Like, we're not going to get an update on Spider-Man 2 or Wolverine or fucking whatever else, so, like Sony's first parties are working on, you know. But if anything, for me, as someone who's not that into a lot of Sony's major first party titles, the last one I actually liked was Returnal. As someone who wasn't really into those anyway, the fact that it's all third party, it's like, no, that doesn't just mean it's going to be like AA or low budget. That's Capcom. That's Square, you know, that's THQ, that's, you know, there's still other possibilities. And the fact that it's 45 minutes long does give me a bit more hope that, you know, they have something to show for it. Obviously, like, when any state of play, never expect everything. That's, like, that's what the PlayStation showcases are for, where you can have higher expectations. Always go in just kind of seeing what you get, and you'll almost definitely always stumble into something that will be for you, but it'll be a little bit niche or a little bit different. If you just go in with not low expectations, but just not high expectations, you just go in with what it is, you'll enjoy it. It's the same with every state of play. You go in like expecting like a 6 or 7 out of 10 performance, you'll get it and you'll be fine. But if you go in expecting it to have like the next masterpiece tucked away, no, you're always going to come away thinking it was bad. And so that's what the showcases are for. Which, speaking of, when was the last time we had a proper showcase? I feel like it was like 2021. I don't think we had one at all last year. I hope we do get one soonish. Like a proper showcase. But because it's anything third party, anything that can be AAA, anything that can be indie, anything that like no senses, like that kind of opens the door. Like some things I feel like are like a shoe-in. Like I imagine there will be a... Since Tekken's now rolling out character trailers, I imagine there'll be a character trailer in the state of play. Street Fighter 6 has yet to actually reveal, well, officially reveal in terms of gameplay. We know who they are. The last of the cast that's going to be in the base game that comes out in June. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's a trailer for that as well. Like, maybe an FF16 trailer? Because, you know, that's also... What were you all doing? What was this giant gang of kids doing, huh? What the fuck? Sorry, anyway. Like, FF16, I think there's a good chance. Like, I don't think the game... 80 fucking free! What the hell is with this area? Anyway... The levels and the enemies in this area keep on throwing me off. Sorry, I'm getting sidetracked again. Oh, that 47 might be a bit much, we'll see. Yeah, 67% chance of hitting, I don't have much hope for that, but we'll go for it anyway. Oh, it did hit, nice. Bet everything that follows won't. Yep, how do I fucking know? Because with FF16, it feels like it's only going to get like 1, maybe 2 more trailers. But if it's only got 1 more trailer left to go, that's worrying if it's then going to be in a state of play. If you don't know what I'm talking about, final trailers for Square Enix games are always spoilery as fuck. And so if the state of play trailer is actually going to be the final trailer, you know, I don't watch final trailers for Square Enix games because they I don't know if they're ever going to get any better with it, but like after I finished the game, 15's final trailer was really spoilery. 7 Remakes, holy shit, 7 Remakes final trailer was spoilery as hell. And KH3's final trailer literally showed off the final dungeon, for goodness sake. Like, all of them are super spoilery in their final trailers, so it's like, I'm holding off. But if it's got 1 more trailer yet to go beyond it, and there's 2 trailers left, then the next one might be fine. It might just be more of an exploration trailer, or of a showcase. Because we've seen a lot of combat, we've seen a lot of story beats, but we haven't seen much in terms of just exploring. I want to see like a bit that shows off maybe like if there's side quests in the game. You know? Show off if there's like you know, towns to run around exploring, or if it's a lot more Devil May Cry influenced than First Thoughts, and it's a lot more linear level to level. If it is level to level, I'm honestly fine with that. I know some people will be a bit disappointed, but I would honestly be completely fine with that. Especially considering the game seemingly is going to have a time skip or two within it. The easiest way you're going to handle that whilst maintaining the world would probably be making it mission structure. But at the same time, this is Yoshi P. I know he's producing, not directing, but he's a very ambitious man, so he might find a way to make it all work out. Pragmata still hasn't got a single fucking trailer. I bet that level 53 is for the box on the other side. Which honestly kind of surprises me. I know it got delayed out of 2022 into at least 2023. So like it was clearly like a lot was going on. It was a big delay. But I wouldn't be surprised if that has like a chance. Not a high chance, but a chance. People hoping for a Bloodborne remaster, as much as I'm with you on that one, I still don't think it's happening. I think if that was going to get showcased, I think with how much of a push for it there is, and how much people are constantly going on about it, if we're going to get a Bloodborne remake, it won't be at a State of Play. It'll be at a big event. It'll either be at a showcase or just like a big event, like not E3. They'll probably like maybe it'll be at Gamescom or something. What the heck? Is this for all those super high levels? If you beat them all, it unlocks all these chests. Is that what this is? Why are there so many boxes in this background? Oh, that was an execution from that chain trigger that Shogo did. But other than that, I just want to be surprised. I want to come out of it and be like, oh, there's a little something that I'll be into, sort of thing. Which tends to happen in State of Play. There's always at least one thing that I come away from thinking, oh, that looks alright. Like, I think that 83 is tied to those, but that's probably why he's 83. You might unlock all of them. Oh, there's a save point right there. You know what? Hang on. Let me love tap that save point and we'll go fight him. We don't stand a chance. We're not even level 40. But if we all work together and have all the characters burn out their ultimates, we might be able to just barely cheese it. And if we can, then we can get those boxes. I don't have high hopes, but if we can... So if I just save and then we can give it a go. I'm also hoping we learn more news about Stellar Blade. I also could like a release date, but for Please for the Love of God, if it gets one, June, July, they're off limits. Please, my wallet can only take so much. God, 5% chance. Ugh. Even if that hits, it doesn't help. Do I have anything that has a better hit rate? Anything at all? I'm just gonna go all in and pray. We're not winning this at all. This needs to do like 1,000,000 damage, and it's not gonna. If it doesn't kill, we need to get out of here, because we won't live. 5% chance on hit rate? No, that's an impossible chance. Keep in mind my hit rate is 95. It still feels like my accuracy is actually... Ow, jeez. Okay, I need to delay that barrier. No, I think we just gotta call it and leave. Yeah, we're not gonna win that. Even though we got him kind of low, we weren't gonna win that. Let me get my super back. Let me load and just get my super back, and we'll go the other way. There's a few games like that, though. Like speaking of Stellar Blade, there's a few games like that where it's like, I kind of would like to hear a release date window or something about them, but for the love of God, it doesn't have to be yet. You know? Like, I'm more excited for the next person and want more things to come out and everything like that, but please, for the love of God, spare my wallet. June and July have got too much going on. Like, and this is coming from someone, you know, like, we're barely surviving this month in March, it feels like, to an extent. Like, I'm only getting, like, a small selection of things, like, this side of Rise of 3. Oh. Photo of two girls, A-chan and U-chan are best friends forever is written on it. Oh, it was like a lost little present then. What's this door about? Oh, it's this door. It's gonna be Mew, isn't it? Yeah. Did we ever find the Mew door in the other dungeon? I don't think we did. Why would Arya say something like that? Could this be that one time? I'm gonna hide for a bit. Please listen to what Mew has to say. Hey, I see you around a lot. Did you come to see the fish too? Are you worried about something? Haha, did you hear me just now? I had a fight with someone important to me. I was able to make things right. So I'm thinking about what I could have done differently. If I were you, how would you make up after a fight with someone important to you? Apologize. Apologies are important, but she and I both believe that our way is the best way for everyone. So I don't think we could just make up because I apologize. If I see her again, I'll talk to her more seriously. Mew started avoiding me around the time we got into this fight. According to this memory, it seems Mew wanted to make up in the beginning. What happened to her after that? Oh, we can't go back in. Okay, that was literally just there for a cutscene. Yeah, we never found the one that was, the one. As like the scene that might have been tied to, the previous dungeon, assuming there was one. Is that band of kids up to again? That's just their group spawn point. So what's through this door, then? The world of jellyfish. Freshwater fish. Oh, whoops. I thought we were high enough level that this wouldn't auto-encounter. Oh, he's going to try and counter and then just going to shoot the shit at you. Anyone goes for a counter burst, it's like, no, 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 you're going to die before you get the chance. I'm not going to run into the range of you. Oh, Genocide Spread counts as a block. Yeah. It just doesn't create a shield animation, but it does count as a block. Look at Shogo just looking up. That animation is so stilted, but every time. Oh, this is like a small cutoff. Yeah, this is just like a square here. Like an in-between, maybe. I'm kind of curious how big this dungeon is, considering we could go left or right at first. And there's another direction at least that will probably lead to the boss that's being blocked off until we do this shenanigan. So to the freshwater fish we go. Oh, there's another guy right here, and a save point in case we screw it up right here. Yeah, I'm absolutely going to save, because I'll probably screw it up. Alright, so the dumbest option is probably the right option. Got it. Gotta remember that. So, you must be the upstart from the broadcast. You're quite pretty, but there's no questioning that. But looks alone won't win over Mistress Mirai. Now show me your true beauty. What are you doing lying down? Am I being unclear? When a man lies down in front of you, it means he wants you to step on him. You want her to step on you? Legs and back strength are integral to true beauty, and I can only judge those if you step on me. You want my vote, don't you? Then step on me harder than Mistress Mirai. So hard that my heart and body tremble in excitement. Wow, a real masochist. Can I take a picture? Gotta post this on Gossiper. Looks like he's... His vote's gonna be tough. What should we do? Massage him gently. I think something like that would work. I'll try if you say so, President. Squish, squish. This massage gonna change my... Wait, you actually... I knew it. What a scene I coming on. Oh, hey, one man. We're trying to impress the curators. Wait, you're actually really good at this. Step over here. They're white today, huh? Whoa, that step, Fox is... Oh, he got a little reachy and took a kick for it. Oh, that step far exceeds Mistress Mirai. Alright, my mind's made up. I'll vote for you. Good luck against the Mistress. I can't believe that worked. I knew it. The same with the first person. With the first person, it was like, only if you give me your best glare. And then one of the options was be nice. Then if you be nice, he says some off comment about it, which then sets Katano off and makes her give him the most vicious death stare and shout down she's ever got in his life, so got the vote. Whatever's like the one option that doesn't make sense or follow what it is the correct answer. Well, he seems pretty happy with the outcome, so I guess it's fine. Good thing he's a pervert, I guess. I'll be counting on your vote. Yes, leave it to me. I'll vote for you no matter what. Well, this makes me murmuring it. There's a few! Do you mean Captain Beidou? Do you mean, Favonius, Spindrift Knight? Oh, Signora, one of the dead bitch. So I can't touch it yet, Yeah, I know what you mean. The one that everyone was really hoping would be playable, and then she literally gets killed, and you're like, oh, well, never mind. I was like, oh, she might come back, she might get resurrected. No, I liked Beidou. If only our current circumstances were different, then we could take time to really enjoy the aquarium. And maybe we should go to after we return to the real world. Really? Okay, it's a promise. I'm gonna post on the blog right now. Go to the aquarium once we're home. There. What the hell was it? Mirai? Sea Peruso? Something bothering you? Ever since that girl Marie came out, it's been bothering me. What was it again? I wonder if it's information that you heard in the real world, since this place exists there too. That's possible. Naruko, can you look it up on your cell phone? You want me to look up Sea Pariso? Okay, hold a sec. Found it! Maybe it's something to do with this. May I take a look? The Ichino's group managed the hybrid amusement park Sea Pariso. It seems that their president designed Sea Pariso for his daughter. Her name is... Mirai! That woman from earlier, huh? She had an attendant, so she must be super rich. However, the Ichino's group fell on hard times, so Sea Pariso was sold off and is currently owned by a different company. Oh, I saw that on the news over there, which must be why I have a faint memory of it. She must want to take this place back, because she lost it in the real world. Most likely, that's what she requested from you. She must desire to live here like a queen because she can't forget her past splendor. How pathetic. I like how EG just kept his head down. I was like, after the last dungeon, yeah, dude, you're still not in anyone's good books. But yeah, because I ended up going on a bit of a long tangent. The long story short of like everything, because I ended up talking about it way too much. We got a lot coming. We got, you know, that Zane, whatever it is called, the French word for scar, that was announced in Japan. That seemed pretty cute, but it's going to be like a really bloodthirsty JRPG by the looks of it. We got that Crystallis whatever being made by Fuyo, or whatever the company's called, the team was part of this game. So I'm kind of curious about that one. Sony State of Play is tomorrow at 9 PM UTC, so you have to work out the time zone difference yourself in that one. UTC is 0, so literally whatever your time zone is literally there. If it's -7, take away 7 hours from 9 PM. We got a Pokemon event on the 27th, which is rumored to house Mystery Dungeon, which it'd be really nice, but fuck, it's got a lot to live up to if it's going to try and compare to Sky. Outlive Riser 3 is up for pre-order now. Both its default, its deluxe, and it's with the Season Pass edition. One of the DLC things for Riser 3 is an Eastern themed attire, which is what I'm mostly looking forward to, so I think that I'm kind of curious. I do, because they're just nice time killers. Also, what enemy just joined? Their name was Red. What enemy just joined? 58. Ooh. You never know what little things you might discover and find. The State of Play tomorrow, it's at 9 PM, it's 45 minutes long. It could be focused on third party, so there'll probably be something in it that I'll find will be interesting. It's not the first, like, none of the Sony first parties, it's not gonna be, you know, fucking Spider-Man and whatever. And in general, it's just gonna be a crazy, busy, like, week and a bit coming up. I don't have any real hopes or expectations. I'm just going to go into the State of Play and see what it is, because that's always the best thing to fucking do with a State of Play. And the only thing I hope for Pokemon is if they're going to do another remake, please, for the love of fucking God, don't make it a 3D remake of these sprite-based games. Make it a HD 2D. Literally get the Octopath team, since they're literally the undisputed gods of the art style of making some pixel art games nowadays. Get them to do something. Get them to make a Pokemon remake, please, for the love of God. I would love to see a HD 2D Octopath, like Octopath-styled game. Let me know, anyways. Yeah, fair. I get people not wanting to watch them lives, because I get, like, you do get a lot of, like, nah, shit, but that's why I always have them on in the background. Like, I'll probably continue my grind out of Theatre Rhythm during the State of Play tomorrow, since I am getting close-ish to the Platinum. The only things I'm missing is get a character stats to 999, which I'll do eventually. Play one song 10 times, which I'll just pick a short song and do that. Play every song once, which I'm slowly burning through anyway. I've still got like 4 or 5 franchises, and then it's just do at least 20 series quests, as in like do all the quests in a series, which I'm currently on like 15 or 16. And I've got like 7 more franchises to at least try out, and if I don't get at least 4 or 5 of them maxed out during that time, it's no biggie, I can go back and try the others. The only ones that suck, the only quests... I thought I saw level 105! Sorry. Yeah, bye Hive Mind, see ya! Jesus Christ. So I got completely thrown off from what I was saying. That level 105 completely just threw my rhythm off entirely. Like, holy shit. So yeah, the only challenge in Theatre Rhythm that I'm not good at doing is perform 15 abilities in one song. Because abilities are automatic on certain beats, so the way to get the challenge is basically you have to have a specific enough group of abilities that have low requirements. So then, because you have 3 per character, 4 characters, if you only hit each requirement once, you can only ever get 12. Because I don't think your summon counts as an ability. And every time I try and rearrange it and whatnot, the highest I've gotten is like 11. Because some of them either only happen once per match, or they've got too precise, like, circumstances that aren't just beats or whatever. So anytime that challenge comes up, I'm like, okay, I'm not getting that series done then. Okay, it's just for that red chest, we can leave. I would still go. Oh yeah, I love Overworld. I think the biggest annoyer though, because like I said of my whole thing with the challenges, where if it's a do ability 15 times or not challenge, sometimes like I'm working through a series that has like 8 tracks, I'm like 6 in, I've done every single challenge, like I've grinded it 70-fucking-1, Jesus. And I'm like, I'm doing pretty alright, I'm burning my way through it, you know, I'm making good headway, and then suddenly, the 7th challenge is the ability one, and I'm just like, fuck. That's because One Winged Angel was one of the first final boss themes, or one of the first tracks in a video game to have vocals. One of the, it's not the absolute first, but one of, and I mean like proper vocals, not synthesized through like a sound chip. It had Latin vocals, which then set a standard that's still present in a lot of like games to this day. Every fucking game developer, especially JRPGs, likes throwing in Latin vocals. It was tied to what's now one of the most iconic video villains in gaming, and some of the remixes. Like I say this even as a fan of the original version of the track. The Advent Children mix is almost guaranteedly the reason why it became so popular, because the film did really well. The Advent Children film at the time, although it's looked on less favorably, especially like nowadays, a lot of people like the film's kind of bad, which yeah it is. Art style is brilliant, but the film itself's kind of ugh. The remix of One Winged Angel in that, the original video got taken down on YouTube a few years back, but that was on like 150 million views at one point, and I'm not even kidding. That was stupendously high. Like the film and how well the film did when it originally released is almost exclusively the reason why, at least for me, I feel like the whole of One Winged Angel in general took off, because then more people became curious about the original, liked it for what it was, and it just kind of went from there. There's a reason why, in Theatre Rhythm, they don't have the full version of the original One Winged Angel, and they don't have the full version of the remake One Winged Angel, but they do have the full version of Advent Children's One Winged Angel. They do make you do the full 6 minutes, because it's like, no, one of these things was more popular than the others. I mean, it just not impressed me, and that's fair enough. Nowadays, it does... Like, it's not even like a dated thing. Nowadays, like, it does seem a little quirky and a little weird, but its cultural impact it had at the time... Especially, also, you have to keep in mind, the easiest way to make anything popular within something is for the thing in general to be popular. Final Fantasy VII sold like 11 or 12 million units, so literally the whole soundtrack became beloved. And the impact of the setup to the final boss, because no one knew that the final boss was going to go the way it is. You fight this giant god monster thing whilst Birth of the Gods playing, you think that's the final boss, especially because it requires you to go in with 8 party members, instead of the usual 4. You alternate between 2 teams, it's a big long fight with a unique boss theme, you think that's the final boss. And then without any cutscene set up, without any, you know, warning, it goes to a black screen, and then you just hear dun 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 dun, and then the screen lights up, and you see another fucking god monster, and you're like, whoa, it's not over? Like, the shock value back in the day when you had no idea that was coming. And the reveal that big crazy monster fight with the badass music you just fought, that was not the finale, bitch. This is. And then suddenly this giant angel thing with 6 wings shows up and casts a spell on you that's over 2 minutes long, and it's like the most insane fucking animation in a video game ever. Supernova is still baffling that they, you know, I'm pretty sure that's one of the biggest reasons why there's a 3rd disc. I'm pretty sure most of disc 3 is trying to fit in the CG of Supernova. That's probably also a foreign concept to me. But it just depends on what era and what you found. Like, I was lucky I grew up with a PlayStation, but it doesn't mean the next kid did. there are some like people who tell me like the great feats and like amazing things that like X, Y, and Z did on like a GameCube or the Xbox, and I'm like, I don't have a fucking clue what they're on about. And I don't see the hype because I wasn't in that era. But if you were in that era, then yeah, like I said, at least comparably for me with Final Fantasy and a lot of people, the reason why 7 is as big as it is because of so many factors coming together at once and no one knowing what was coming. And the beauty of... because it was before, you know, everyone knew that Aerith dies. It was an era before everyone knew that Cloud's memories are fake, and the only person who actually knows that is Tifa. It's before any of that shit. No one knew that shit going into the original. And so it blew everyone's minds when they played it. When the fucking weapons break free and start destroying the planet, when Meteorite starts crashing down, and the last-ditch effort to save it using the Holy Spell, you beat the final boss, you finally get Holy, you cast it, and it fucking fails. Shit like that, like the story of 7 makes you go, oh shit, and what the fuck, and wow, really? Like, so often when you have no idea what's coming, but almost every single twist surrounding that game is so worldly known now that it's some of that impact's gone unless you were there. Legend of Dragoon, but no interaction with the OG7, and that's fair enough. And to be fair, man, like with how much you tell me about Legend of Dragoon, it does feel like your experience with Dragoon isn't too dissimilar to that feeling that people had with FF7. Not in terms of like game design and whatnot, I'm talking about that raw personal feeling of like, this game is the best fucking thing ever. When you on your first playthrough, when you first experience it and discover it for what it is, you know? So I'm not talking about the actual design or intents or anything like that, because I don't know anything about Legend of Dragoon other than you really like it. I'm just saying in terms of like that feeling, that's the impression I got off. It's the same reason why some people prefer 9, because 9 was a similar deal. 9 has a lot of different twists and turns and a lot of things about it, and it also, in general, was a lot more... I hesitate to say kid-friendly, because it's not really a kid game. It's still kind of dark and mature in places, but it was more family-friendly. Because it was more of a traditional, like, kids-on-an-adventure kind of style game, instead of, you know, the taking down a corporate overlord shit that 7 was. Or the high schools and witchcraft that fucking 8 was about. You know, it's... it was easier to appreciate for any age, and so it did really well. I love 9. I always come across more critical, but that's just because I think 9's aged worse out of the PS1 trilogy, but I don't think it's bad at all. I still love 9. I just think some of its mechanics and systems are harder to appreciate in time compared to 7 and 8. Makes me feel a bit better. But it's just what it is. It's just what you grow up with. Like, I get the same as well. When I was a kid, like, I appreciate the games nowadays, because I say that games, I've only played the first one of this trilogy. But when I was a kid, I did not get what the hype about Metroid Prime was. At all. But if you grew up with it, a fully realized 3D Metroidvania, you know, a not open world, a non-linear, interconnected map, but in a 3D space with collectibles and power-ups that allow you to explore more and more of the map as you go, yeah, I can see why that was a big deal for kids in 2001 or 2002 or whenever it came out. But when I first heard about it, like I said, I grew up with the PS2, I was like, I've got Castlevania, that seems a bit meh. You know, I just didn't care for it. I didn't realize its impact or, like, really care about it because I didn't grow up in that era to understand how powerful it was, especially for kids at that time. Oh, it's another one of these guys. Temporary JRPG, but it's also essentially a war drama. Oh, that's kind of cool. Or like with me, like I completely missed the era that Halo dominated the FPS market. Because I didn't get into the Xbox until the 360, and that was in 2011 when Reach was already out. And Reach is my favorite Halo, and I love the Halo series in retrospect, but I missed, like, the prime Halo years. You know, I missed the build-up to Halo 2. I missed, you know, Halo 3 breaking the world record of most sick days called in a single day. And I'm not kidding. That is actually a world record that Halo 3's release day broke. The day Halo 3 came out was the highest recorded amount of called in sick days across the entirety of the world. That's how big the hype for Halo 3 was. No one wanted to fucking work. Everyone wanted to play Halo 3. I don't know if it still holds the record, but that's just a detail that always just kind of sticks in my head that I remember. I don't know if it still holds it, or if like GTA 5 broke it, or another Halo game, or something else broke it later down the line, but still. Rescue his female friend from a prison during a civil war, while one of the nations has dragoon powers and a giant weapon dragon at their disposal. Oh, okay. Legend of Dragoon, you mean? Yeah. Like, okay, interesting. Don't give me too much, because I want to get into it when I get into it, but that's interesting. And then the main find is hometown burnt to cinders. Yeah. Because I like it when they do things like that, like, because Final Fantasy 12, and also this was way later, this was like 2005, 2006, that had, although Varn's technically the main character, no one treats Varn as the main character. It's either Basch or Princess Ashe, depending on your mood. But Princess Ashe's whole story is that she came from a kingdom, her husband, like, she was married to someone who was going to become the king, her husband went out to war with Arcadia, Arcadia completely eviscerated the entire army that Princess Ashe belonged to, and her entire kingdom was overrun and taken over by the Arcadians. So she was ordered to be executed, and she managed to just barely escape, and so she's literally like hiding under the world in 12. So the whole world's ruled by this like tyrannical army that's like destroyed everything in a war. And the game starts with like a traditional, like almost like war documentary narrative, where it's like an overview of the map, and it's like a narrative thing saying the people of this nation advanced towards, and it's got that kind of like vibe to it for like the whole intro before like the real game starts, like about 45 minutes in after you do the tutorial bit. And this whole thing about like turning against the Empire and all that stuff as you go on, like it's part of like the beauty of 12 is that its world building is phenomenal. And it leads to a phenomenal fucking cutscene near the end of the game, where Judge Gabranth shows up, one of the villains. Because Judge Gabranth wants Princess Ashe to retaliate. Judge Gabranth actively wants Ashe to retaliate solely so then her execution is justified. But she won't. She will build up resistances, she will build up fleets and whatnot, but she won't dirty her own hand. And then you get to the top of the tower, and you meet this spirit that's a representative of God, and Ashe is given a sword, and she's given the choice to either use that sword to lead, or to use this godly sword to eviscerate and murder everyone in the Empire. And she refuses to do the latter. But the moment, while she's still thinking about it before she makes her choice, Judge fucking Gabranth shows up without warning, and just goes, "Do the dead not demand justice?" And like Ashe turns to him, spots it's Gabranth, and he goes, "Yes! It is I who killed your husband. Does the dead not demand justice? Strike me down!" Like, and he's like, he tries to force it out of her so much to retaliate, and it's just like, oh, like the fact that, because you don't even know Judge is up there, you don't even know Gabranth's there and waiting, and then you just see him come round the corner with his fucking cape in the wind, in this black armor from head to toe, and two swords, one in each hand, and it's just like, fuck yeah. And the boss fight that follows is so, oh, I said 12's world building is so good, and it leads to phenomenal execution. And I know I went on a tangent because you're talking about Legend of Dragoon, but that's just what it reminded me of. It's because the execution works so well because of the world building, because you know what Princess Ashe has lost, you know the devastation it caused the kingdom after Arcadia's takeover, you know who the judges are and what they represent. You know what Gabranth is actually after in the picture here, and then you just see this argument between the ultimate slaying knight that stole the livelihood of everything Ashe ever knew, versus the princess of a fallen kingdom having to make the choice between leading the nation to victory or slaughtering her enemies mercilessly. And you're caught, and like the rest of the cast are just caught in the middle of it, and you're just like, oh fuck. And the fact that it's a fucking big ass game with a lot going on. By the time you get to that point, because that's literally like the second to last dungeon of the game, by the time you get to that point, like you're either invested or you haven't got that far anyway. You know? Like you've either already put the game down because it's way too long, or you're in. And they know that. So when you get to that point, because they know if you've got to this point, it's probably because you're actually invested, they can just go all, like, fire off on all cylinders, and it nails it. I just wish the actual main villain, Vayne Solidor, was a little bit better. It feels like he doesn't get enough screen time, so when he actually steps in as the real final boss at the end, it's like, okay, hi Vayne. Like, Judge Gabranth, he's on the fucking box art. Judge Gabranth is the artwork that comes with Final Fantasy XII. Judge Gabranth is the real main villain, in my opinion. Vayne Solidor just kind of shows up at the end and steals the show. Like, Judge Gabranth made it into Dissidia before Vayne, back on the PSP titles, for goodness sake. He is the real villain of 12. Like, no one remembers Judge Jecht. No one remembers, like, this. Well, people sort of remember Judge Zay, to be fair. Judge Brannon gets murdered by her own. Like, you know, like, all the other judges fall and whatnot, or, like, aren't as memorable. But fucking Gabrov, he stands the test of time. He's an intimidating motherfucker who also has his own vindications and his own emotions and feelings, and does sometimes let his own emotions get the better of him. But when they do get the better of him, it leads to some really climactic and powerful boss fights, and a lot of genuinely, amazingly well-acted cutscenes. It's night and day, the difference between Final Fantasy X and Final Fantasy XII, the voice acting. That's my favorite as well. Yeah, fair enough. Because Final Fantasy X, like, it was the first game to have voice acting, and although it's nowhere near as bad as people make it out to be, it's actually pretty good for the most part. There were a lot of little things that you kind of go, what? Went with 12, with 10. 12, on the other hand, no. 12 is like, they wanted to do it right. That game was written alongside the translators. It wasn't, you know, written in Japanese and then the localizer had to correct it, whatnot. No, it was written so it was the same story and written with like a fine-tee perfection across every single region. In English, in French, in Spanish, in Japanese, in whatever. Everything made the same sense in the same story and everything came together as a complete package properly. And like they really cherry-picked and hand-picked every single voice actor for it. And so everything in 12 feels so deliberate. The game's not perfect. The game was ultimately unfortunately rushed, and the director of the game left the company 6 months before it came out, and you can notice that in places. But what they managed to get away with anyway, like, for a rushed game that the director wasn't involved in for, like, the most important months of its development, it's still over 200 hours long in terms of content. You know? It's still by far the longest main Final Fantasy in terms of content. It's still got the largest world before, like, prior to 15's open world in a Final Fantasy. It's still got the largest list of side quests, and each side quest actually has significance and isn't just fetch quests. Like, each one has story significance. Like, the ambition of that game is astronomical. And the quality of life that the PS4 version added just made it so much better. And it always kind of makes me, like, almost... I always kind of kick myself, because when I first played it as a kid, I didn't appreciate it. I didn't like 12 at all. It was when I played the remaster and gave it another shot, I fell in love with it. I think the game, honestly, was just almost too mature for kid me to understand. When it was talking about war and politics, I was like 8. I was like 7 or 8 years old. I wasn't going to understand any of that shit, so I just put it down. It's alright, I'm not getting on a big tangent there, but yeah, it's just, that was what that reminded me of. Like the whole, like, losing your home and it being in the middle of a war and all that stuff. It just reminded me of 12. And I know 12 came later, because Legend Dragoon was like, what? It was a late PS1 title, so what was that, like 99 or 2000? Like, one or the other. Maybe even early 2001. Whilst FF12 was like 2005 or 6. Anyway. So obviously like 12 was way later. It was just, that was the only thing that came to my mind. Anyway, so, you're the brazen one who dares to challenge Lady Mirai. If you can berate me in a stronger and more beautiful way than she, you shall have my vote. I'm sorry, did she berate you? Yes, Lady Mirai's words are imperious, brutal, and sharper than obsidian knives. The beauty of asserting command so firmly, it's unrivaled. I think this guy might be crazy. Just, like, a bit? More than a bit. Not to put a fine point on it, but some men do prefer the headstrong woman. So you're sticking up for him, Kensuke? You too, Kensuke? I'm not sticking up for him. I'm just saying that there are people like that. Imperious. Imperious? Oh, it doesn't matter. That's just there's an evil word. Anyway. Well, President, what's our plan? He's never going to vote how he wants if we just hand him the ticket. What would Kensuke... That's what Kensuke-kun's been saying. What do you think? Nuke him with words of pain, ask nicely, or ignore him. I bet, following the trend, I bet it's going to be asked nicely. I think the same stuff as her just makes me feel like a copycat anyway. Excuse me, Curator-san. I really want to win against Mirai. Please vote for me. Nope, it's not going to cut it. Lady Mirai is far more compelling than that. So you're calling me lesser than her? Katono-senpai, nicely, nicely! Yammering on and on about Lady Mirai, this Lady Mirai, that. You disgust me. You know your vote belongs to me. Holding a pig like her up on a pedestal saying she's more beautiful than me? Huh, do you not get enough sleep at night? Jesus, Kotono? Why is it every time it's Mireille, Kotono just awakens an inner demon? This isn't nice at all. That's not bad. Parading someone with such a sweet smile. Lady Mireille would never do that. Alright, you have my vote as a creator of beauty. Is that really what he wanted? Hey, if he floats his boat... I don't think I'd ever meet someone who could surpass Lady Mireille. So yeah, there's your hint. If you ever go through this game, when you get to the free creators, there's two options that like try to serve what they want, and there's one that's completely the opposite. Pick the one that picks the opposite, because something will happen that will set Kotono off every single time. I will, of course, cast my vote for this ballot, Miss Kotono. Yes, thank you. Well then, shall we get going? I think that was the last one, right? It was supposed to be 3 of them? We finished handing out the ballots to the creators. Let's go see, Dashizo now. And saying that, you want to do like comparisons, losing home. Yeah, I mean, Final Fantasy VII, Nibelheim is destroyed, which is Cloudtime. Well, I said, it's just, but the difference is, Nibelheim is destroyed before the events of the story, and everyone knows it's destroyed. So it's not like the twist that it's the home world's destroyed. Everyone's aware that Nibelheim is gone. So when you return to Nibelheim, there's other things they do to try and make the twist. And surprises. Or like, another good example, Tales of Berseria. I mean, that one I think did a good twist on it, because, you know, Velvet was the one that destroyed her home. But when you get there, there's no, I forget his name, the creepy old man, is put up that illusion to make Velvet think everything's back to normal. And she, for a brief while, reverts back to her usual self. Because she gets to convince herself and live in a lie. And there's only when reality checks again that she starts to realise that, yeah, it is all a lie, it's not real. I knew it. I was like, there's a chest here. I wonder if these are going to be way high level. But in saying that, comparing a game to Berseria is like comparing diamonds to dirt. Like it's Berseria is way too fucking good for its own. It's way too good for its own good. Like, it's insane. It's a fish's head. Does someone eat this? But then I'm biased. I still want like a proper PS5 remaster, or like re-release, just so it can get rid of the recording restrictions. That's it. You know, that's all. If they're not gonna like patch it out, which they could, but they're not gonna fucking do it. It's been too long now. Do that instead, please, you know? Because you can't stream, like live stream the PS3 stream titles if you want PS Plus Premium, which sucks. You just can't stream them full stock. So if that was the thing, I'd wait for Berseria to land on there and I'd probably just stream that version, because that won't be recording blocked probably. But no, there's no option to do so whatsoever. We were over here, weren't we? Where's this? What's down that staircase then? Hang on a minute. I thought we came from that staircase. I thought... God damn this map being all interconnected. To be fair, I like this dungeon. Oh, I didn't even notice all the sharks and manta rays and big fish above us. Oh, whoops. I was too busy focused down. I like this dungeon aesthetic. And I like that it's seemingly like an infinity symbol. Like, the dungeon starts in the middle of an infinity symbol. It's just two circles linking around. Oh, never mind. We haven't been this way. I thought it was the other... Oh, never mind. I thought it was the other way around. Cell phone strap featuring a Sea Paraiso dolphin mascot Jennifer and Maximilian. It's one part of a cell phone strap for couples who drop this. Speaking of Legend Dragoon, though, I did get an email from PS Plus, or like from Sony, so I was saying there's new PS Plus games available, including, and like the first one listed was Legend Dragoon. It's like, yeah, like they know. But they listed all like the PS1, PS5 things, but like in premium games, there's World Arms 2, there's Legend Dragoon, there's like a couple other things as well. I'm like, oh, okay, if I've got the email now, it's like, they're trying to push it. They're like, hey, look, it's time to get some good shit on here. Oh yeah, One Man, did you find it in the end? Like, is it available for you proper yet? It should have been available yesterday, but you know what I mean. Like, did you find it proper yet? Sure gonna look fair. An Emperor Penguin plushie is on the ground. The white on its stomach is dirty. Someone step on it. Aww. It's it. You sound like the main theme of Sonic Frontiers, but instead of it, like I'm here, it's here. Dun, dun, dun. Guessing you'll be doing a multitude of fucking streams on that then. I hope the trophy list isn't too bad for it. But the reason why I have to mash click on characters is because we're handing out tickets, and so sometimes that dialogue prioritizes like several times. Speaking of Sonic Frontiers, the first 3 DLC's got to be imminent. Considering the second DLC is going to have Sonic's birthday in it, that's absolutely going to be in June. You know when Sonic's birthday is. So I'm thinking like March for the first one, so maybe we'll get a trailer for it soonish. Because we know the details from like the timetable sort of thing, or like the schedule list. It's going to be photo mode, music player, and challenge mode. Like challenge mode's going to add like a bunch of little extra like challenges and gizmos, like figure out to find your way through it. And will also be a few rebalances throughout the game as well. DLC 2 is the birthday surprise, a new Coco, and something else. I can't remember what's on my head. And then DLC 3 is the new story, where you're going to be playing as other characters, which is sick because it's going to be the first major main series Sonic release since I think 06 to actually have several playable characters. Because I don't count the reskins. Because classic Sonic is still, you know, just Sonic in Generations, and Shadow Enforces is literally just a Sonic reskin. Like, he controls almost identically. I mean, like, actual proper different characters. Tails, Knuckles, Amy, and potentially even Sage are all going to be playable in the third DLC. And it's great that, you know, it only took 17 years to heal, but the Sonic team finally have healed that injury and are prepared to try having multiple playable characters in a Sonic game again. But that will probably be later in the year. I do think we're imminent a Sonic Direct, or a Sonic Central to use its official term. I do think that one's like imminent. With Sonic Origins Plus getting rated in Korea, and free updates for Frontiers coming pretty damn soon, there's a second and third batch of the Sonic Prime episodes that have yet to be like proper teased and trailered and whatnot. That'll probably be in it. Plus maybe like one extra surprise probably along the way. Yeah, that'd be enough for like a nice little 10-minute mini direct, because the Sonic Central is never that long. But the Sonic Centrals are always super short. They're fast, like Sonic, I guess. What level are you? 44, and what's the other one that's guarding that post? Oh, I can take you both on. Oh, I got interrupted, fuck. Oh, wow, that hit hard. They did like 1,000 damage to everyone, Jesus. And I'm just curious what Origins Plus is going to be. I really, really am. I brought it up in a previous stream. Like, a lot of people are hoping you'll add, like, more classic titles to it. I'm like, no, I honestly would rather them just fix the problems that's in the collection at current. If Plus was just, like, a giant overhaul update that just cleaned up some of its problems, that'd be all I could ask for. Because I do enjoy it, and I still think it's good as is. It's just there's so many little things that start to weigh up, that start to add up after a while. Like, it's still a good collection, and if you've never played Sonic 1, 2, and 3, it's still a perfect choice. It's just if you have played those games before, you then notice all the little details, and that's where my problem is. There's a lot of little details that just are off. That if handled right, a Plus version could fix. There was also rumours that they might do a music pack DLC to include the original Michael Jackson music from Sonic 3. And if that's the case, that's probably the closest we're ever going to get to it. Like, literally do the Dante from SMC3 Nocturne thing and just make it so people pay for the license. Because I would get it to listen to the original soundtrack again, because the original soundtrack is eons better than the shit that we've got. I imagine that's going to lead straight into the boss fight, so I'm going to go back out here and save and then go in. But if that one extra surprise, I'm entirely theorizing, it might not be an extra surprise in that sense if they do a Sonic Central. But God, I hope it's either an advanced trilogy, or a Riders remaster, or something that isn't just classic Sonic or Adventure 1 and 2 again. As much as I'd love to have an Adventure 1 and 2 port on modern platforms, like, come on, you know? There's other things in Sonic's library that should be celebrated. We're not losing against Mireille. We should be prepared for some kind of trouble with her. Are you ready? I'm ready. Also, if we lose, we can load the save and try and, like, tally up more votes, as in, like, encourage more people. We did talk to a lot of people, so hopefully that'll convince. Now it's time to announce the triumphant winner! Metal Gear game. Oh, you're doing the stealth. Oh god, if you're on... There's one stealth mission in that game that's kind of, like, bad. The rest of them are pretty good, and, like, are pretty well balanced because of enemy movements and whatnot, that they always move in a pattern. But then there's one in... I think you've got... I'm trying to think where you'd probably be after the last time I watched. I think you've done Yuzu and Lime's Heartscape. The stealth mission in Yuzu and Lime's Heartscape kind of fucking sucks. That one's really difficult. I say a lot of people get stuck on it. You have to like be real precise and kind of ballsy for it. Like you have to kind of just wing it and go, fuck it, going for it. Yeah, that one's hard. That one's really hard. You have to be kind of ballsy with it. I got stuck on it for a while. When you get to that middle bit where there's like as in middle of the map, not middle of the obstacle, and when there's like two and one of them's going back and forth in a thin corridor, that's the one you kind of got to be a little ballsy with. You just got to kind of fucking wing it and go for it a little bit. Because if you try and be hesitant or try and go barrel to barrel all the time and whatnot, you always seem to get caught. You have to just kind of like full send it a little bit and then just like make a sharp turn left to get out of the range as soon as you get past it. And then once you get past the other one, the last one's not too bad because it moves in a pattern. So if you just pay attention to the pattern, you can slip straight by it. And to announce the triumphant winner, the one who claimed victory is contestant number 2, Kotono Kashiwaba-sama. Congratulations. Me? No way. How could I? Yay! Amazing, Kotono-senpai. It was a foregone conclusion. Okay, senpai, I'm gonna take your picture. Smile. How do you feel to be victorious, Kotono-sama? And it's even more annoying because the only reason you're doing it is because Yuzu dropped her goddamn phone. And you're just like, this idiot. No, it wasn't you, it was Lime. It's Lime who dropped her phone, isn't it? It'd make more sense if it was Yuzu because she's more carefree. But no, Lime dropped her phone. It would be victorious, Kotono-sama. I'm very happy. I'd like to thank everyone who cheered me on. To whom would you like to express your gratitude the most? All my friends who were there for me, and Takken. Who's Takken? Who knows? Maybe we're a soulmate. No way! Takken-sama, able to hear Kotono-sama's exclamation of joy. Wait, hold on! Stop the interview, Toshizo. It's gone on long enough. Oh, so you don't care about this. But I did win the contest, so you learn about the water tank now. Silence! Toshizo, make them all wear mind phones. Hey, that's not what we agreed to. Can't let you go back to reality, this world is mine. Whether you keep or break your promise is up to me. Alright, boss fight time, I imagine. Sheesh, what an immature woman. If you think the world revolves around you, you're sorely mistaken. I know that. Sounded like this place was yours, but see, Parisa was sold off in the real world, right? You might be the daughter of someone in management here, but the entire world, much less this theme park, doesn't belong to you. Move out? Jesus, you bitch! I refuse to accept it. There's no way I could have lost this bitch. There's just no way. Boss fight time? Boss fight time. I'm Marie Ichinose, talented, beautiful, successful. I rise above all in every aspect, kneel down and grovel before me. Looks like we're finally gonna have to break that nose of yours. Jesus, she's like, alright, time to fight. I want Marie to stop talking so I can listen to the music. Oh, the piano's still going off crazy. You just beat the user in Lime Stealth. And just you're pretty good. Yeah. Yeah, it's hard. When I was doing New Game Plus, I got it on my second attempt, thankfully, because I was like, because I kind of got what you were supposed to do and remembered it, but it's still a little rough. All right, I mean, this one's. I don't think this boss theme's as good as the last boss theme, but it's pretty all right. Oh, 36. Oh, she's going to start laser beaming people. So I'm going to space up the party then so she doesn't get more people. And then I'm gonna have you space out as well. Is she gonna like laser straight for Suzuna? She is. Okay. I think that will work, right? Yeah, that deflects there, okay. I have something that does more damage if it's in the air, right? Yeah, it does more damage to enemies in the air, so that one. And then just that. Okay, 150% power? Yeah, okay, good boss. I think that's like one of the gripes I have in this game, and it's not entirely the game's fault, it's because I fight everything in sight, so I end up being higher leveled. But like, none of the bosses are hard. Like, we've yet to get like properly challenged by any of the bosses. This can't be happening. No, I don't return to reality. I can't. Don't forget this. Trophy unlocked. The glory days bygone. She escaped. They always do. Hey, stop the water from filling up the tank before you run off. Do not worry. Flow of water has already been stopped. You stopped it? Did you have to follow your lady's orders? Oh, there is no need to cause anyone unnecessary harm. My lady has safely escaped. Therefore, I apologize for the trouble my lady has caused. I sincerely hope that you all make it back to the real world. You don't care about preserving Mobius? Precisely. My only wish is to continue serving the Ichino's family. Now, if you'll excuse me. Make sure you tell her not to try something so dumb like that ever again. I shall let her know. However, I fear that doing so will not achieve the outcome you desire. Because it can't be helped. Hey, fancy meeting you here. I had a feeling. I was gonna say, is she gonna just slap him? So like... Look, there's something that's gone on between these two. I don't think he might have been a boyfriend at one point. Maybe they had a bad argument or something. Maybe they're, like, they're exes or something like that. Maybe he cheated on her, I don't know. That was a nice right hook. Oh, she didn't slap him, she punched him. Beautiful. A decisive moment captured. Oh, I want to see the picture Naruto took of her fist like going straight into his cheek. Completely knocked out. Surprised that Kotono would get this angry. I wonder what the deal is with those two. Maybe it's best not to ask, unless you want to end up like him. Why has Arya got that face? Arya's just like, yeah, try it, see what happens. I think you're right. So, what are you planning to do? Since you hold the process in high regard, are you going to look for Mew again, without any leads? Yeah, but firstly we're gonna, like, disown you from our group, e.g. Please? Mireille escaped, and we still don't have any information on Mew's exact location. We've reached a dead end. Yes, I'm going back to my room first and think about what to do next. Alright. I don't know why my voice cracked there. Well, since we lost our primary means of attack, I think our only choice is that. An ambush, huh? The question is where we do it. How about the library? I'm a bit concerned about Shonen. Well, since Suzuna-chan says so, let's go to the library. To be frank, I don't think it matters where we do it. Then I'm gonna post on Gossiper, a challenge is better when it's exciting. How should we split the teams? Let me guess. President can go on their own, even though that worked so well the last 2 times. Kotaro, come with me. Okay. I'll go with Kotono-san. Alright then. Minazawa-senpai. We'd have to go together? Sure. Suzuna-chan, let's go together. Okay. Then it's you and me, Naruko. Let's do this, Ayana-chan. Yeah, once again, the president's on their own. We're about to get a musician section coming up. No one's staying behind this time, so it will go viral even if no one's present. It's a bit concerning. Well, let's go to the library. Yep. It's gonna be Fawn saying, "Hey, join us." Yep. Come to the waiting room. Yep. Oh my god. Everyone has an event. Everyone has an event. Oh my goodness. Alright, let me save first in case I fuck up a social link, and then I'll start going through people's events. She's writing another letter. Hey, Ayana! I'm sorry, I didn't notice. You seem a bit down today. Do you want to go somewhere? I want to feel the wind on my face. Oh. It's like blue reflection all over again. We're on a rooftop. Oh, wow. It flew a lot higher than last time. Oh. I'm a bit down. You think paper planes isn't the best idea? Isn't that the letter you were writing? What? It's okay. I won't get there anyway. Hey, Ayana, what's wrong? What? What? What the fuck is this? Huh? Sure, I'll dive in. Are you sure you want to? What the fuck does this mean? Hang on. What the fuck does... Hang on, I need to look this up. Okay, the non-spoiler answer is just always say yes. It's not a romantic thing, just always say yes. It's just, it can affect things towards the ending, so yes, dive in. That letter was to my father. Your father? I haven't trusted men for a long time. Ever since I was a student, I encountered molesters and peeping toms everywhere. When I was in high school, there was a guy that would peek into the girls' locker rooms. Oh, Jesus. And he never got caught for it. It really made me think that boys are just hopeless creatures of habit. But when I witnessed Himaru get assaulted right in front of me, I knew that they weren't just hopeless. They're not humans, they're monsters. What happened to Himari-chan? She got better, right? Himari died. It was suicide. No. Her eyeballs ruptured, and she lost her sight. After she'd survived and everything. Same as being killed by him, right? Would anyone do something so terrible? Why? After that, I became so scared of men. I hated them so much that eventually, even my family. For my sake, my older brother married his girlfriend earlier than planned and moved out of the house, even though I couldn't attend the wedding. And my father, he rented an apartment and lived by himself. After Dad left, he would write letters to me every day, asking if I was eating well, telling me to be careful not to catch a cold because it was freezing outside. I wasn't able to reply to him, not even once, even though I knew in my mind that my dad was nothing like that bastard Tadakaro. Yeah, I agree, one man, but it's also I can understand why Ayana got herself in this state after that shit. I went through counseling for a long time, and I was finally able to leave my house after 7 years. During that time, my dad didn't show himself even once, but despite that, he wrote me letters every day. When I got my license and started working at a nail salon, he was so happy, as if it was happening to him, but I couldn't even write a thank you note. Before I knew it, I was trapped in this stupid world. Did you know when I first got here? Everyone looked like girls to me. Isn't that ridiculous? Yeah, absolutely. At first, I was so comfortable here, thinking it was only girls. I had a feeling the whole time that I needed to write a letter to someone. I knew it was a very important person, but I couldn't remember who it was. But a little while ago, one of my bandmates from our underground idol group wound up in Mobius and told me that their father had collapsed. That my father had collapsed. Then I remembered everything. And it was all my fault. It's because I came to a place like this and made him worry so much. I need to go home. I need to apologize to my dad. How are you doing? You feeling better? Yeah. I feel a lot better. I guess tears really do have a detox effect. No matter what, I'm going to go back to the real world and see my dad. I'll see him and let him know I was reading his letters. And I'll tell him sorry for not sending any back. You can do it, Ayana. For that, I'll need to get used to men more. It's gonna be hard, but I'll try my best. Why did it go black? What was that about? Oh, perfect timing. Here you go. A letter? Ayana, is this? Just read it. See you later. So you guys got a letter from Amamoto too? So all the male members, it seems the president was the only girl to get one. There aren't any razor blades in here or anything, right? What does it say, President? Hurry up and read it. Did you read it, Uzuri? I read it. She threatened to change my ringtone to a spiritual chant if I threw it away without reading it. Oh yeah, you can't change it back by yourself. So smart. What did she write? That she's sorry for disappearing suddenly, and thank you. That's all. Hmm? It's the same as Kensuke. She's worked hard to correct her hatred of men. Oh, I see. Oh, let's go for everyone. Calm down, I guess I don't have a choice, I'll start. Dear Kataro Senpai, your body and your attitude are both way too big. I think if they both shrank a bit, we could get along better. The hell is this? You looking for a fight? You guys read yours too, right? No, it can't just be me. Dear Shogo Senpai, let's both work hard to overcome it. What's she talking about? Oh, I'll tell you what it means later. I already read mine. Sorry, no comment. It's bad manners to expose the contents of a lady's letter. I'm sure it was something that made him mad. Can't imagine anything else. A love letter? Yeah, right. Dear Kensuke-kun, it's weird that you force yourself to look away. You don't have to worry about it anymore. Look, she forgave you, Kensuke! Oh, I feel happy, yet awful at the same time. I feel like I'll worry more after being told this. What are you talking about? Nothing! What, you mean when you were caught looking at her boobs? Yeah. So you left. Come on, hurry and read it. You okay with telling everyone? Let me see. After school tomorrow, I'll be waiting on the roof. Please come see me. Hey, isn't that a love letter? But you're both girls. Oh, shut the fuck up. Ooh, that's so naughty. This is... Well, I don't hate it. I don't hate it! Senpai, you have to go. You have to. Hey, you're a little too desperate. Well, you know, it's not something an outsider should butt into, but like, after her till the end, for the Go Home Club. Oh, and that's the end of the link. When we save again later, I'm gonna save on a different file, because I want to know properly what that means, and if I should be concerned at all. Like, when I looked it up, the first answer just said you should always dive deeper, and I was like, okay, but what do you mean? You know? I got a third letter in the mailbox at my house. Hope you meet someone nice from your prince. They know what I'm doing, where I live. It's creepy. I can get some clues to the party. You meet someone nice? Does the stalker know that you're going to the party today? She seems like it, based on what they wrote. Hey you, don't you think something's off? Who else knows about the party? What? Maybe the girl that invited us? And the girl's going with her? It's a different story if there are people that know the boy and you all. That's it. You've been talking on wire, so if the culprit was only watching you from afar, they wouldn't know about your plans today. So doesn't it stand out the reason that the culprit is among the people who know you're going to the party today? I see, but a girl invited me. Why would a girl sign the letter as your prince? Also, one of the girls might have told someone else. I mean, we don't even know if the letter is about the party at all. True. I guess this isn't enough to prove anything, you sneaky stalker. It's almost time for the party. We'll have to investigate, so let's go. Katano, long time no see. Hey. So this is my kohai at school, the one I was talking about on wire. Well, we came up empty. It seems like all the boys were first-timers, and none of them seemed suspicious. I guess things don't go so smoothly sometimes. Wait, is it okay to just leave the party like this? Cinderella goes home in the middle of the party. If I leave, the prince might just chase after me, or something. You seem experienced. Oh wow, you're so cool. It doesn't exactly feel good to get praised over something like this. Actually, I'm imitating my mother. She's a single mum and she operates a bar. I hated watching my mother deal with drunkards, even as a child. I told myself I'd never end up like her, yet I was desperately ass-kicking at singles parties. I'm no different from my mum, so stupid. Cinderella? Yeah, right. Why would you still want to help a loser like me? Of course. Really? Oh, you're too kind, President. Hey, I'm on board too, obviously. You're kind too, Arya. Thank you, both of you. I found this in one of the windows at my house. A servant will pick you up tomorrow at school from your prince. Arya, prepare the follower. Roger! I'll beat that stalker to a pulp. It says servant, so I'm guessing the actual stalker's not coming. In any case, we'll have to wait and see. Scary, but I'm counting on you two to be my bodyguards. That damn stalker. They should just show themselves rather than doing this random stuff. I'll personally knock them out. Yeah, just as you said, the Mew hater. Did your heads? Get him! Take them to the Ostinasi musicians and beat the goodness of Mew into them. Oh no, they're gonna try and kidnap Katano. Well, that didn't last long. Ah, we managed to take them out at least. What does that mean? Is the stalker a Dehya head? What the hell? Those guys are useless. You! Why? What's the meaning of this? Even if you leave Mobius now, Taken and your mum will never forgive you. Katana, are you alright? Who are you? How do you know about Taken? You deserve to be trapped here forever. Wait! Katana, are you okay? Yeah. Why are you getting flustered? Interesting. Oh, we don't get to see where that goes. Damn it! Oh, so is there anything different with Ayane's profile because we did that? Ayane, sorry. Hey, Chico wants me to go out with her again. Oh, if you're coming with me, you don't have a choice. Shogo's pretty desperate. Seems like she's into you. Stop this. There's nothing to like about me. Just fucking Shogo. Jesus Christ, what are you, my brother? What are you, a long lost brother? What the fuck? Rumeko will be upset if she doesn't get some alone time with Shogo. You're right. Well, at least you can at least follow me from a distance. It's weird. He's flying around girls in the Go Home Club. Oh, this is pathetic. You should just go with him. Oh, you're late again! I thought it was common sense for a boyfriend to be on time for dates. Sorry. It's okay, just go get some coffee or something. I feel... You know what the real trouble is? Is that I foolishly gave Shogo a super deep voice at the start, not realizing they were gonna make him do really embarrassing shit. And like, things that makes me go, oh, well, time for him to put on the voice, you know? Hey, don't really always have to initiate this. Conversation, let's have a conversation. Well, what do we talk about? Oh, I don't know, ask me something. Asking you about stuff was boring. What do you know about me? What are your hobbies? Listening to music, I think. I know all of Mew's songs, I'm a total fangirl. Hey, I want to sing all of a sudden. Let's do a karaoke. Oh, let's do a melody of Mew's top hits. Karaoke? How long has it been since the last time I did karaoke? Seems like they're changing venues. Come on, let's tail them. Eventually the girls just be like, what's that tomboy girl that keeps on following us around everywhere? You know, like eventually someone's gonna notice. Officer Arya here. It's been an hour since the suspects entered the karaoke place, sir. Stay vigilant, officer. Roger that. I think they came out. Hey, you alright? Yeah. You told me you weren't feeling well, so you're making you come out with me. It's okay, it's not your fault. Oh, you're Shogo's friend. I put on one of Fawn's songs, and when the music started playing, Shogo just suddenly collapsed. He was fine up until that point. Are you really alright? Yes. Sorry for worrying you. I'm okay now. Please get some rest for today. Sure thing. See you later, Shogo. That was so sudden. We were worried. Are you really okay, Shogo? Yeah. I'm fine now. Was it Fawn's music? Yeah. Oh, it's nothing. That girl seems to really care about you, you know. She doesn't seem like a bad person. No, she's not. But why would she care about me? She likes you! There's no way! No one's tasted people would be that strange. Okay, good, that was the right answer. When he responded with no, I was worried. You know, I'm going to save again because I'm paranoid that if I lose it, how much I'm going to have to do again. But I'll save on a different file. Because I'm still not 100% sure about what's going on with Ayane. Where are you, you idiot? Slime contacted me. He got a hold of his friend. I'm going to go help him now. You want to come? Oh, right, your social thing was the whole, like, you started up your friend center. Obviously, we can't leave it solely up to you, scaredy cat. You're just gonna make things worse. Hello, this is the friend I was talking about. Hey, I've heard about you. Hey, Yuto, is that you? Who the hell are you? Hey, wait. Are you Kataru? Why are you suddenly... What? The hell? The scenery just got weird. Whoops. Guess he came to a realization about this world. What was so shocking about Kotaro's face? What's going on, damn it? I bet you did something. Shit. Hey, wait. Why? Why is he Mobius too? Seems like you know each other. No, I don't know him. He just looks a lot like someone I know. Yeah, right. You were calling his name. I told you I don't know him. Can we stop talking about this? It's over, and the request ran off too. You'll abandon someone in need? Yeah, you talk big and run away? Damn it, fine, I guess I gotta do it. Indeed. Oh, and that's it. That's it. That's all you've got to show for it? Fucking, you're such a waste of time, Kotaro. Yeah, we'll get to this half in a second. I've just got to go and do something, so I'll be back in like 3 or 4 minutes. Just give me a few. I'll be back soon. Right, I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. I just had to do a couple things. You know what didn't help is that my mother dearest messaged me and went, "Oh, it's the weather's getting nicer. She's got washing on the dryer inside. So if you want, you can stick it out and put it on the line." I went, "Yeah, sure." I got it all off the air. Took one step outside. It's fucking raining. It's like great. So I just had to put it all back. So I just wasted time a little bit. It's always the way. And it's like, oh, the weather seems a bit nice. I'll just get the wash in. I bet if I hadn't, it would have like gone sunny. I bet it'll go sunny in a second now. Anyway. Ah, President. You seem down. What's wrong? Well, I guess I was thinking of ways I could become famous. Look at this. What's this? It's like a site where anyone can submit their writing? Yeah, I know how some famous writers started to gain a following writing online. I thought I'd give that a try. So I posted a story I wrote on this site. No one's reading it. Oof, God, that's horrible. There's almost a small part of you that would want at least someone to read it and not like it over it just not getting read at all. People that read the first left a 1-star review, so other people might not read it. Isn't that terrible? Ugh, they should just read it and see for themselves. I guess I did the same thing at the cafe. I never knew you could write stories. Maybe because this is my first time. I understand the trends though, so I'm really confident in it. What kind of story did you upload? This. I, an unpopular high school girl, reincarnated in an alternate world as a legendary general. That's the title? It just sounds like any other modern anime. Do you think it's easy to understand? I thought it was the summary. The summary's over here. Let's see. A dead schoolgirl is reborn as a magical world tactician to fight off the invading Demon King's army. She uses her modern-era knowledge to win. There are romances with tsundere princes, aloof generals, and cool magicians. Okay. I've researched what was popular these days and delivered that to the needs of the reader. What do you think? Is there anything in here that's what you wanted to write, Naruko? Or is it just you reading up, oh, people like this stuff? I'll put that in there. Oh, I think I've heard this story before. Sure, it's kind of cliche, but if you stray too far from what sells well, people won't be interested to begin with. I mean, that can be true, but you risk being lost among all the similar stories. It has to have a hook that sets it apart. Oh, like if one of the princesses is a hook for a hand? That's not what I meant. Anyway, did you write this because you thought it would make an interesting story? So you don't even like your own story? Sure, popularity is important, but why don't you start out writing what you want? What? But what if there's nothing I want to write? What kind of story would you want to read, President? A story full of originality? So I shouldn't copy other people? People say originality all the time, but everything's a copy of something else. Yeah, but you can put your own spin on it. That's gonna happen. Human history is long, and everything's been done before in some form or another. Then what am I supposed to do? I think perspective is key. Perspective? Yes, the perspective of the author. Your feelings and thoughts are unique to you, Naruko, even if the story's the same. So expressing things using the Naruko filter, that's a good way of putting it, would give you the originality you're looking for. You think so? Okay, I'll use your advice to write a new story. Oh, okay, I think if you can come up with a new story that quick... We'll just see, we'll just see. You're doing great. Challenging yourself? Oh, well, you can do it. That's only rank 3. Is Yana like the highest ranked person we have? I thought of a story that might be interesting. I'm going to do some research on it, so can you come with me? Research? Oh, this is starting to sound legit. Let's go with her, President. I guess it's a good spot. I'm going to start taking pictures of the school building. Can you model for me, President? Could you just stand there? Ah, yeah, great. Snap, snap. Yep, then that angle. You're doing great. Snap, snap. You want pictures that badly? The president is a beauty after all. Oh, thank you. But maybe we can gain access. Anyway, why are you taking all these pictures? You've seen this school 100 times. I'm thinking of running these photos through an illustration filter app to use the pictures in my story. You mean you plan to use AI art? And I just like run up to her and like Rory just starts strangling her. Like, what you weigh? I guess it isn't a magical fantasy world anymore. I suppose the genre would be young adult sci-fi. Kids get stuck in a virtual world and grow together while fighting enemies. Oh, that sounds much more interesting than the last one. What kind of virtual world? Sort of like reality, but something's off. Oh, everyone in the world is turned into high school students. You're writing Caligula effect. What kind of enemies do you fight? The creator of that world and her followers. Why do you fight them? The main character realizes that the world isn't real, and they're fighting to get back to the real world. So it's literally Mobius in the Go Home Club. I'll accept my modelling payment now. What? Hey, don't be stingy! Please help me without questioning every little thing. It's tougher than you think to write a story from scratch. It's not easy to come up with something truly original, a perspective only you have. Yeah, it takes time, I'll give you that. This is really how I become popular. Why don't you study how to write stories? I bet there are some writing tips you could use. Oh, that is not advice I've ever followed. I'm entirely self-taught, and I take pride in that. Because when you take writing tips, that writing tips also always come from someone from, like, writing from their perspective, when the beauty of writing is what comes from yours. In my humble opinion. If you go for writing tips, or follow writing books and whatnot, fill your boots, you know? Do it. If it works for you and it helps out, I'm not criticizing you. I'm just saying I don't, because I prefer it to be more original for me, and I personally, because of that, wouldn't recommend it to anyone. I always figured things out for myself, and even though it spent, like, the better part of, like, 11 years figuring it out, I do have a rhythm now that I'm proud of. Because nothing quick and easy is worth fighting for, usually, you know? When it comes to writing, yes, it's gonna be a commitment. You are gonna have a lot of work that you write that might not be on the level you want it to be, or when you read it back later on, you go, oh, this could have been better, or whatever. It's part of growth. It's the same in drawing, it's the same with anything. Same with singing. You can't just start singing and be good. You can't just start doing everything. Because I'd like to have an editor. I have writing hiccups, and it's slightly edited to make it seem more coherent. That's fair too. To have, like, someone to help out with the cleanup sort of thing. Like, for me, it's less I have an editor or anything. I do everything myself. It's more that I have a test audience that I trust deeply. And I listen to everything they say. And that test audience is like a couple friends and my sister. And if you sit there and go, well, they might be biased. No. There's a reason why I trust them. If I thought they'd just be biased, I would just give it to my mum, because she'd like it anyway. You know, like... No, I give it to people that I know will be critical. My sister is a uni graduate film director. She can write... She's a script writer and a film director. Even though she hasn't got anything under her belt, she, you know, graduated university with a top-tier degree. I forget what the actual degree's called, but it's like a first degree sort of thing. So I trust her word on shit. She knows how things should be paced and structured. Oh wait, speaking of writing, use double talk. Give an example of what you mean if you can, because I think I know what that is, and if that's the case, I think I've done that. I'll use a word and circle back to the same word. Oh no, that I don't do, never mind. Never mind, I was thinking of something else entirely. What I was thinking of when you said double talk is sometimes when I'm writing, if there's a back and forth between two characters, I don't express the details of the conversation, because you know it's only those two talking. So instead of it just being, oh, this character said blah blah blah, or this character was doing this, and then having a line of dialogue so you know it matches to them, I'll have the line of dialogue, end the quotations, paragraph break it, and it will immediately start on a quotation because you know it's just the other person talking. And after their sentence, if there's a back and forth, I'll just have like a block of their sentences the same to each other, like in a row sort of thing, instead of having descriptors breaking it up, unless something happens in their actions during their talk. Like, that's what I thought, that's what my interpretation was. But yeah, that's an interesting way of doing it, because it's almost like you prove the value of the word by bringing it back to it. Oh, Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, I get exactly what you mean. Literally. Yeah. You get, like, but if it's that can work, especially if you're writing something more elaborate. Because then, like, if it's something writing super elaborate and there's, like, 8 different things the reader's supposed to pay attention to, it's a good way of, like, funneling the reader to make sure they know what precise thing they're supposed to be thinking about right now. You know, to stop them getting confused about worrying about things that isn't irrelevant to that exact issue. It's redundant. Yeah, it's redundant, but the issue is sort of hypnotic with me. Yeah, if it works for you, I think it's one of those things. It's like, and I do this a lot of my own writing when I'm going back through it. I have a lot of, if I knew nothing about this and was reading this fresh, does this make sense? Did I already figure this piece out? If you're reading back and you sit and you go, this makes too much sense, or this is too obvious, or like I've already explained this and people will remember that, then you can like almost correct it yourself a little thing. Like, it's not being self-critical, it's just like trying to put yourself in a different perspective, like, and reading it freshly and saying, does this make sense? Does this not? I usually have the opposite problem. I usually have I'll have a cut, like, it doesn't happen too often nowadays, thankfully, but I've, you know, without meaning to blow my own trumpet, just got better. But I do still have the odd moment where it's more in character movements. Like, a character will move to go do something, and when I take myself out of the perspective and read it back, I'm like, actually, you don't really know where they end up, or you're not really sure what their moving is, or there's not enough detail here, and then I have to correct it. At moments. To be fair, dude, like, I don't know how many years you've been writing, or how long you've been writing in general, but everyone has their quirks. It's like your signature. And it might not be present at first, but it always shows up. Everyone has, like, their signature in how they write. Like, something that you can always tell is their way of writing. Hang on, I've got to respond to my mother. My disability is difficult for me to understand other people. Let's make a... Instead of trying to understand other people in that sense, I said just try, if you can, do that whole, like, take a step back. It might even be worth almost, like, writing, like, or working on something else, or just stepping away from the story, and then reading it from, like, a more forced, like, fresh perspective, where you don't remember every detail of it. And then when you read through it, then go, wait, does that make sense? Does this work? Is this too much? Did I already figure this bit out ages ago? You know, things like that. It doesn't necessarily have to be think from another's perspective. Just instead try and see what you can blank out and, like, treats from not your... I don't know how to word it, if that makes sense. But, like, as if you were a fresh reader. You don't have to necessarily understand what the next person might be thinking. But just, if you were a fresh reader, does X, Y, and Z work? Or does it seem like you're over-explaining? Or does it seem like it's under-explaining and, like, it's only when you connect the dots in your head it makes sense? But that's just because you wrote it so you know what it's supposed to be, and not because it actually makes sense. You know? Like, it's difficult to do, and, like, I'll admit, I struggle with it from time to time, so I'm just adjusting my seat a little bit. But it's what I try and do. Sentence from Neptune Fanfic, I'm very proud of. It'll take a couple of parts. But you don't have to, you don't have to go all in. I don't think there's any direct way I could be like, this needs to be corrected, this be like that, because it's ultimately down to your style. I'm just saying, like, it'd probably be easier eventually, even if it takes a while to adjust to, because nothing worth fighting for is easy, unfortunately. To be able to kind of just, like, take a step back and say, okay, if I didn't know anything about this material and I'm reading it now, does this make sense? Did I figure this out too much? No, I'm akin to a kid shouting that art to be placed on the fridge here. Aww. No! Ah, chill out. Guess it was silly to think I could easily write a novel when I only read light short stories on my phone. Guess I'll talk to Suzuna-chan about writing a creative novel. So that was rank 4. So it's like rank 6 is when like that whole do you want to dive deeper is. I've got a nice break from my novel writing. Let's have a coffee break. Oh, hard at work, I see. Alright, it's the president's treat. Wait, what? I've been looking at Ari like, excuse me? You don't get to decide my money. Fair enough, I can't string my ranks off. Fair enough. It's a newly released monkfish liver iced coffee. First a pitcher, and then here I go. Ah, gross, this is awful! You couldn't have guessed from the name. Why step on a landmine you can see? I'm responding to Mom again. Taste of the ocean is permeating my mouth. Ugh, President, give me a bit of your burger. Sure. Thanks! Ugh, my tongue feels so weird. What should I do with the rest? You want it, President? You just said it was gross in front of us, and now you're trying to pawn it off? Okay, I'm reading. Oh yeah, studying seems to be paying off. I'm finally feeling like I can write things I find interesting. What? It's awesome! You did it! Some people are telling me it's good, though not very many. Of course, I get bigger reactions when I'm streaming. It's same. I mostly do reviews of other things. I feel embarrassed and happy to have something I may be praised. Haruka, you're so cool. I worked hard with Suzuna-chan in the library. I'm promoting it on Gossiper too. I have to keep writing. It's difficult to create something yourself though. It's a lot easier reviewing things that already exist. When you're being careful not to copy others, you have to dig down deep and squeeze it in from yourself. Say this. Jesus, oh, this is from your Neptunia fanfic, huh? One man. If you're watching this in post, guys, we're going through an abstract of one man's books in chat, so feel free to join in. Be nice though. I won't have people just insulting, regardless of what you like or don't like. Everyone's writing, everyone's doing their bit. Maybe, I want you to know one thing. If anything to prove to me, I believe from the start. What are those around you believe in you? It's the fan based off the Crusader, not the Crusade, no, it was the Crusade ending, wasn't it? That's what it was called? The not so nice ending of Mark II? Because I like that part too, one man. Because you overemphasize, but you're not extending it out, and that is two different things. No, I gathered not, but it's not like that part 2 piece in particular. I do like because you're not saying yeah, you can do this, you can do this, you can do this. It's like in so many different ways that it starts to become like yeah, all right, we get it. It's sharp to the point, but it's also emphasized in different ways. Because you do the don't be this, don't be that, but then you stop it there. Like, you don't drag it out for like another 6 lines like some people do when they're trying to emphasize it. You immediately, you keep it straight, whilst also doing it. And self-insert protagonist in different endings of Mark II Rebirth too. Oh, fair. And the only reason I'm not commenting on part 1 is because I feel like, I get it, I think, but it's almost like if I had the context around it, I would be able to actually kind of be like, this is pretty cool, or this isn't, or whatever. Which is almost what I mean, one man, right? So sometimes you also have to be able to take that seat back and be like, if I didn't have the context, what does this mean? The part 1 thing is like, it's just, it could be anyone encouraging anyone else to be better, but I don't know if that person has a reason to want to be better, or has something to prove, other than what they say, you know what I mean? Antithesis of Nepgear's character. Oh! You don't have to worry about, like, I know you're with Sharon just chatting sort of thing, but so you don't have to worry about the extra detail thing. I'm equally, I'm no like proper test reader, so my likes and dislikes aren't going to be that helpful. I apologize in advance. I'm stuck on a date right now. I've never been on a date. Have you ever gone on a date before, Prez? If you have, give me the deets. Oh, you're never gonna find out. The event ended. Makes the main cast on both physical, emotional, and somewhat spiritual level. Alright. I don't want to hang with Kensuke yet. I'm sorry. I don't want to hang with Kensuke. I don't want to hang with EG, like, at fucking all. But I have to. I have to max out everyone to get the good ending. Ending is a character study in universe. Oh, jeez. Interesting. Oh, senpai, I'm on my way to find a copy of my mother. We'll come with you. Tell us some of your mum's features to make your search easier. She's strong, kind, a good cook. She's fat in the real world, but her copy's like a twig right now. That's not helpful. Do you have any pictures? I do, but could you even recognize her? The one on the right is my mother. By the way, that's my dad on the left. Oh, okay, I see. You guys recognize that Mobius is fake. That's why every copy NPC looks the same. I can tell this one's a woman. What, really? Mew and I made this world. This copy's sex parameter is showing up as 0. Sex parameter? Women are 0 and men are 1. There are parameters for everything, you name it. Height, personality, taste, and so on. It's pretty simple. I can just find a copy of the same parameters as this. Got it. So that part 1, if I scroll back up for a sec, one man. Is that supposed to be the villain talking? For that bit? Because then, yeah, that does recontextualize everything that was said in that line. Because then it's more... It's less, you know, trying to be encouraging and supportive and you can do it. And it's more, do you really need to do this against me? Do you really need to try this when you've already got this stuff? Not quite. Alright. Pretty simple. I'm finding the same parameters as this. Got it. Wow, Aria. So you can just look up where they are? I don't have administrative access to Mobius anymore, so I can't search the database or anything. Sorry. It's adult net being... Oh, it's adult net being adult net. Got it. Yeah, that makes sense. That sounds like that. Now I'm reading, I was like, yeah, that's absolutely something she'd say. Because she's like the only, like... It just connects to the premise you mentioned. Oh. That's like... I mean, go on too much on a tangent, because I want to try and keep it focused on your writing bit. Adult Nep's like the most mature character in Nep, and it's why I want her to stay in, be in more games. Like, I genuinely enjoy her. She's so refreshing. That, like, she's still a goofball, but she's a goofball that knows limits, and, like, knows when to draw the line, and know when to be a bit more serious. The key example I always give is dragging Netgear and Uni out of the bathhouse when they were both challenging each other to, like, a survival competition. Like, she drags them both out and, like, tells them off for it. It's like, no, it's stupid, it's immature, and you both could have got yourselves badly hurt. How is that so? But being able to differentiate them is already a huge help. Brutality, the sheer presence by him nonchalantly tossing a Neptune breaks the cast, and it cracks, and Nep's encouraging. Oh, so kinda. Okay. So it is Adult Nep being Adult Nep, but it's her doing it in like a desperate time. So that's why she's being more of a push. The different input be already a huge help. I think that's the most interesting thing, because you've I think you've mentioned this before, that it's a lot darker, and it's a pretty, like vicious thing. And it's like, this Netgear, you know, like, it's a hard thing to shift my mind, but at the same time, I think I kind of like that it defies that expectation. Because even, like, the darker shit in Neptune, like, that, I know it's very rare, but when they pop up, is handled with some kind of, like, glimmer of grace here and there. Like, I know Conquest ending is a different beast, but you know what I mean. Like, most of the time, when there's darker shit in Neptunia, it seems to at least be in, like, some kind of brightness with it. Like, it's not just suffocatingly miserable. There's something to it. There's, like, a hope. There's a charm still with it. So, being able to differentiate them is a huge help. I have to search all NPCs one by one to see if they're a match. Let's go somewhere with a lot of people. And a contextual purpose, too. Oh, we're at the station, okay. Well, Aria, do you see my mum? No one seems like her. Goodness, secret consequences and gravitas. Yeah, I get that. You see, you know, you've said before that my problem is just that all the... After, like, the V2, everything that's come afterwards has been superfluous. Even ignoring the fact that, like, they're not canon, or some are canon, or whatever, is that they just don't mean anything. You know, like if whenever like V3 comes around or whatever the 5th mainline game gets called, you can go straight from V2 to V3 and effectively have missed nothing. Which, to be fair, in Legacy won't be a bad thing, because then people can just go through the main games and still get everything that's going on. But in Current, it is, because then none of the spin-offs mean anything as they come out. Another spin-off gets announced and you go, alright, here we go, you know? And I'm curious if the fact that, you know, no spin-off being announced since Ninja Wars is a sign that something is going to be changing. Because I was really expecting that Idea Factory announcement that the next thing they're working on was going to be another NEP spin-off. I was hopeful it'd be Death End 3, but I thought it was just going to be another spin-off since there was nothing on the table. But no, it's a remake of a party game from like, the PS2 and Wii era that was really popular. Which I guess makes sense that they would do a remake of something popular, in like, especially now party games have kind of got a bit of a resurgence thanks to Mario Party Superstars. I think it's more such a much larger story. Yeah, obviously. Taking a snippet of like, however many hundreds of pages document, like a 400-page document sort of thing, yeah, of course you're not going to have like the full big picture sort of thing, it's just a bit. So I get it, but then that's something to look forward to whenever I get around to actually reading it, whenever that may be. If I ever do, because I get so busy with time anyway, and that's not me being like, if I ever do, because I might not like it or any of that shit. It's literally because I end up so busy with other shit, you know, like writing my own book, that I just don't get the time to read as much anymore. I think the last time I actually sat down and read a book was a long while ago now, I think. I need to actually find a new read. When we change locations, been wandering around here for an hour. Well, Arya? Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like she's here either. My feet are killing me. I wonder if it's even possible to find her just by walking around. Both of you seem tired, so why don't we take a break and regroup another day? Are you hiding something? Yeah. It might seem like this world can do anything, but Mobius' resources aren't limitless. Everything in Mobius is created from Muse energy. NPCs without a role will be reformatted to gain a role that would make someone else happy. In other words, the fake version of Mifui's mum won't be Mifui's mum for much longer. Oh shit, so her rank 6 is going to be her accepting her mum no longer exists in this world, huh? Are you going to do that now, or is that a comeback later? That's a comeback later, fuck! You know, let's just get EG out the way. What do you want? Oh no, this is an interesting pair, what's going on? B Wasaka-senpai asked to borrow my smartphone. He's worried about his company, so he's looking up stuff in the real-world internet. I see. After all, your smartphone is the only one connected to the real world's internet, Naruko. Thank you. You helped a lot. I have something to take care of right now, so you'll all excuse me. Okay, then. I wonder what he was researching. What are you doing? There's just something nagging at me about what I nearly said Byakuya, but Wasaka-senpai said. I just thought this would be the perfect opportunity to check his search history. I'm curious too. I knew you'd understand, President. It's my thing. My crew and I, we tend to like OG and Mark II and just like Victory and a portion of the Rebirth games. Because I felt, personally, it's weird. And I know what I'm about to say, despite the fact I had way more criticisms for Rebirth 2 than I did Rebirth 1. But I genuinely enjoyed each game I played more than the last. As a whole. In terms of like intricate details, each game has different problems, and some of them are big problems. But as a complete package, I like 2 more than 1, I like Victory more than 2, and I like V2 more than V. You know? Like, there's little things here and there, like Rebirth 2, like, I didn't like that it felt like a lot of the story kind of got dropped after Chapter 4, like as soon as Neptune came in, a lot of like, the intensity vanished. I felt like because there were so many endings, too many of them felt superfluous and pointless. I felt the side characters, like the humans or the makers, were even less relevant than the makers in the first game were. But I liked the different varieties of dungeons. I liked Netgear and Uni. I liked the CFWs. You know? I ended up and I liked like some of the gameplay cleanup and changes, so I ended up enjoying it a smidge more than the first one. Victory, my biggest gripe is Neptune. Everything else I enjoyed. And I've stuck with that since the word go. I liked Neptune and Netgear in the older games, but I felt in Victory, I don't know if they were just over course correcting from some of the feedback they originally got from Mark II at the time, but just making Netgear the butt of every joke and making Neptune really like extra like vindictive almost and almost vicious wasn't fun. And the fact that she doesn't get, like, picked up on it enough was annoying. I was like, ugh. But the whole game, I liked the more middle ground they tried to find between the first two games, where it wasn't quite as, like, almost superfluously lighthearted like the first game was, but it wasn't trying to be, like, extra dark like the start of Mark II was. It found, like, a nice sweet spot where it was still very cheeky and very funny, to be fair, while at the same time not being so lighthearted that nothing matters, there's no stakes. And you know about the OG. Yeah, I've said it a few times before, but I really want to play the original Neptunia and the original Mark II at some point. Out of morbid curiosity. And I will eventually. It'll happen, it's just when. It's more of a matter of when than if. And then V2 was genuinely just everything. Like, V2 was like the gold standard. Like, both V2 and V2R for different reasons. I genuinely love that game. I do feel in, like, retrospect that the second act of the game could have been a smidge shorter, because it does kind of go on a little bit, but I still enjoy it. You know, that's like the only gripe I had. I loved the variety of dungeons. I love the Dreamcast feel some of the dungeon themes have in V2, which I know is deliberate because Uzume represents the Dreamcast, and the console that pulls me into the word is literally a fucking Dreamcast, so of course the music gives me Dreamcast vibes. But still, yeah, because I know Nisa used to be involved, but when they were no longer involved in the translation because the western side of Idea Factory and Compile Heart side handling the localizations, something's had to get changed. Like, Red was in the original Neptunia, I believe, and then she got, like, shuffled over into Mark II. It's not good to invade someone's privacy just out of curiosity. Oh, don't be such a square. Wait, the search history's been deleted. Ooh, he's good. So he went out of his way to delete it? Then it must have been something he didn't want people knowing about. You should just leave it alone. No matter how much someone wants to look, it won't be possible. Don't you underestimate me. I have an application installed that keeps a lot of what happens on here. What? Why do you have that? Someone might be using it without me knowing, and I'll know what they did after they messed with it. I get to search words with a 1, 2, 3, and a peeping spirit that'll give Stalker a run for his money. There we go. What's this? What is it? Aria, you sound so interested. I just need to understand and supervise what Nariko is speaking at. Look, this search word, no matter how you look at it, doesn't it seem like it has something... Doesn't it seem to have anything to do with an IT company, does it? Koki Tadakoro? Is that the same Tadakoro that baseball batted Ayana's friend that resulted in her eye bursting and then her offing herself? Uzume Core, Assaulter, and after that, Astral Syndrome Inmate. Isn't Tadakoro the name of the culprit that abducted Biwasaka-senpai when he was a child? Oh yeah, and that as well. Oh, and that as well, right. This guy was a serial offender. I completely forgot he kidnapped Iji when he was a kid, and that's why Iji has a fear of small spaces, because of the trauma he got from that. Sorry, I was too busy focusing about the trauma of a character I actually care about. Maybe I'm the baddie. Why now? Also, what is Uzume Core? I can look it up. I'll let you guys know if I find something later, so give me some time. See ya. I don't think probing is a good idea, but I really wonder what Iji wanted to find out. Oh, god damn it, because he wants to talk again. Oh, perfect timing. I actually have something I want to talk to you guys about. You? Iji? No, I'm a little surprised. You're breaking easy to cheese. Yeah, Victory, the general story, for the most part, I didn't mind. It was all the side shenanigans that made me love it. Whether it's through gameplay like shit, or just like side story events. Like the fucking eggplant farm that R4 makes to try and turn against Neptune, but then she turns herself into an eggplant, and because it gets so ridiculous, Nep doesn't take it seriously anymore, so is no longer afraid of it. Like shit like that was like this is perfect. This is like chef's kiss bullshit. You know? I liked that the Ultra Dimension version of all the characters, because it was supposed to be, you know, like less developed, like they were younger versions. Like Vert was a traditional Xbox, like Blanc was clothing was a NES, like, you know, Noir was a PS1, that they were all like the younger versions of that character. Like, you got to see a younger, less mature version of Noir and Blanc. It was like getting to see them when they were younger in like a prequel story, but not quite. That Nep, you got to narrow it down. Actually, you don't need to go into detail, dude, if it's one of the ones I think it is. But I know what you mean. Like, for me, like, my biggest gripe was that I didn't like how they handled Neptune and Netgear. And I'm glad that they took steps to kind of repair that in V2. They let Netgear have a bit more of the spotlight for herself, and they dropped the whole teasing her over everything thing, while at the same time curb-checking Neptune's attitude a little bit and making her a bit more likable again. Like, they very much give Nep a strong vibe check between the games to make her just a better person. She's still a little cheeky and a little sassy at points, but she's better. Dragon Ball Syndrome event. It's too fair, it's why, even though I haven't got to it yet, it's why I'm glad Sisters v Sisters even exists. To just let the Netgear, Uni, Rom and Ram actually have some time in the spotlight again. Got Netgear more. Thank you, I really appreciate it. I told you before that when I was a kid I was abducted once, right? Apparently my abductor is in Mobius. What? The guy who threatened you with a knife and kept you confined? Why? Yes. I happened to see that information online. It seems he's also here. I'm gonna maybe something else more, Chef. Now that I'm an adult, if I confronted him, I think maybe I could overcome my trauma. Please, can you help me find Tadakoro? Sure. Thank you. I knew you'd say that. Aria, you made this world with Mew, right? Can you look up where he is? Okay, she need a pity party, she need respect. I'd rather both trending conquest. So the biggest thing that hurt Netgear in the third one is that they tried to play into a joke, and this is something that Idea Factory still have a problem with to this very fucking day. If they overcommit to every single joke they want to make to such an extent that they stop being funny, and sometimes they're funny, sometimes they, like, every time they come on, like, they're at it again, but too often they're not. And like, Netgear was criticized a lot for just not being as interesting as Neptune. So instead of trying to like make some adjustments or give her a different character development or whatever, they were like, oh, people had a problem with Netgear, let's double down on it and make it that everyone has a problem with Netgear in the next game, and just make her the butt of every joke. And that was when it was just like, no, that wasn't that wasn't the solution to the problem. That was when you started overstepping the fucking joke again. You know? Not even jokes. Yeah, a lot of them are just statements they expect you to laugh at, but they've made that statement so many times, it's just part of the DNA. And it's like, no, I don't care about the thunder tits, flat chest dynamic between Vert and Blanc anymore, you know? It was funny once or twice, but after that, it started to get a little old. The only time that joke was funny again was in the anime, where Vert gets jealous. I know it was in Victory as well, but I felt the joke was handled better in the anime. When Vert gets jealous of Yellowheart, and Vert gets really annoyed and talks about how, like, no, it's just the size, it's the shape that counts, not the size and all that. And Blanc, without missing a beat, just goes, wow, can't say I sympathize. And that just made me giggle, because she says it so monotonely, and then the scene just carries on. Like, there's no, like, big thing about Blanc kicking off or something like that. It's just that one little line where she just goes, wow, can't say I sympathize, and it just carries on, and I was just beside myself. I was like, yes, there we go. They don't make a big thing of the joke. They just have their thing and carry on. White green more. X's v Sisters actually progresses white green. Good. The thing is, I think that's the most annoying thing, is that it feels like they use that joke as an excuse to stop Blanc and Vert being better friends than they are. Because in reality, like, if you take that joke out of it, you look at how those two are, you look at how those respond to things, they would be best friends. You know? Like, even like putting Shim in one side, like, if they took that stupid fucking joke out, those two would genuinely be good friends. They both like their own space, they both have their niches they're super into, like, they both have passions and hobbies that they like to share in different ways, you know, one with gaming, the other with reading and writing. Those two would be like the ultimate, like, gossip duo. Those two would just chat about all the things they're up to and, like, support each other and all that shit. But because they instead have this one joke used as, like, a break line to stop them ever getting along, you never get that, you know? Friends, well, as I said, bring shipping to one side. If we include shipping, then yeah, I think Blanc and Vert would be a nice dynamic, but that's besides the point. Mew locked the database of Mobius visitors, and with the little power I have now, there's no way I can access it. Of course, it's Mew again. Some kind of information that could be a hint to finding Tadakaro. Hint, huh? Age and face aren't any help in Mobius. So what kind of information would be most useful? I'd like to fulfill Vert's need. Exactly! Instead of making it like another creepy joke I'm tired of, or Vert always trying to like cast steel anyone kinda young to make Force be their little sister, they could have a good dynamic between the two. But then if you want to talk about ships that they need to do something with, the ultimate one is always the OG two. Nep and Noir, like I said, it's literally all but canon that those two have a thing for each other, just the other won't say anything. Like, the manga even kind of leans into and establishes that Nep likes Noir, but she doesn't say anything because she wants Noir to say something first. But Noir, being the tsundere she is, Nep will never say something first, so that ends up making that back and forth. Which is why, once you know that, makes sense, because across the whole series, Nep is constantly trying to tease it out of Noir. And then you realise with that context, you go, oh, hang on a minute, no, she's not just joking around and fucking around, she's actually trying to bait Noir into saying something. But because Noir never takes the bait in that way, it never works out. Hint, huh? Age and face aren't any help in Mobius. So what kind of information would be the most useful? Is genre savage, yeah. For example, what kind of person would wish we're in Mobius? And what they... And I know I'm going to get shot for this, but like I'm not actually 100% on board with Netgear and Uni. And a lot of people are like, but they're like best friends, they always get along with everything. I'm like, yeah, they're best friends. Like, I think that's the only time. It's like, if they did work out as a ship, sure, whatever. But I kind of like the fact that they've almost got this near sisterly friendship between the two of them. You know, like, I kind of like that vibe those two have. Oh well, the tsundere will never take the initiative. Yeah. From Mobius, what they like. Something he likes, huh? Well, I heard this from the police, but he was a pretty passionate idol otaku. Idol otaku? So let me get this straight. This guy beat women, kidnapped a child with and imprisoned them with a knife, and is an otaku? Fuck. We should just kill him now. He needs to make the first move. Yeah, and that's the back and forth I wish they'd do something with. Genuinely, like, I'm at a point with Neb as a series. I want a 5th mainline game to come, but I almost want the 5th mainline game to be like the finale game. That's like, because it's like a finale game, like it forces them to wrap up these things. Because I think that's the only way we're ever going to get that lingering thread with Nep and Noir to ever go anywhere, is if their hands force, so it's a finale story. And I've said it before, that like my Fanon story that I would have used as a setup was to make Planetune fall hard and make it entirely Neptune's fault one way or another, or at least make her feel it was the final or make it feel that it was her fault, and it starts to like break her a little bit, start to break her out of that spirit, and she ends up having to like hide in Last Station with Noir, and through that, by, you know, having to break down that wall that Neptune originally had, forces her to then accept who she is and what she actually likes, instead of always putting up all these fronts. Because I've said it before, but it's established in both the anime and, well, it's established a little in the anime, but they kind of dance around it, but in the manga heavily, that Neptune has depression, and all of her personality and everything she does is a front to block it off. But if she was forced to face that by shit going on, they could also use that as a double thing, not only to develop Neptune's character in a more interesting way, but also actually like make Noir like try to care and look after and help her out, which can then lead into something between them. I've got good news and bad news. Uh oh. He's actually quite dangerous. He tries to get closer to idols he likes without following the rules. He's even caused considerable harm in the past. If he came here because he was obsessed with Mew, he probably became a very troublesome Dehya, right? I see, and he's probably an ego head. Ego head. When a fan loves for an idol's run wild and they act in troublesome ways, they become ego heads. It's a bad word, so Mew and I don't really use the term, and I've never really had fans that were that passionate. The greatest hate that comes from the greatest love. A love with no control can occasionally drive a person to do terrible things. I see ego head, huh? I believe there's a good chance he'll become one, which means if we follow Mew, if he'd just destroy Mew, we could skip that trouble. But I heard something good today, so thank you. Huh? You don't need help finding Todokaro? Oh, it's alright. I'll try looking around first. There he goes. Is that it for EG? Can we, like, leave him alone now? Oh, thank God. God damn it. I was preemptively prepared to celebrate and he came up again. You seem happy, EG. What's going on? If it's anything that's anything to do with Sisters v Sisters, I don't want to hear it, regardless of whether it's good or bad. One man. If it's anything to do with Sisters v Sisters, I don't want to hear it. Because I want to go into that game as fresh as possible. Beyond that, I'm not fussed either or. You seem happy, Iji. What's going on? I learned from Kensuke-kun about a bulletin board that posts about ego heads that cause trouble at news events. Good, I won't. Okay. Maybe I'll find some information about Tekado. I'm just going to start calling him Toad, because this dude is a Toad. Kidnaps kids, beat up a woman so hard she killed herself. He's a Toad, alright? Yeah, with SVS, I plan to squeeze it in, if I can, between Riser 3 and FF16. Like, we'll finish Riser 3, and before I start diving into the Ireland games, I might start SVS. So depending on how long that takes, that could be like early May, late April, early May. That'll do SVS. So it just depends how long Riser 3 takes. With it being an open world game and the last of the Secret Trilogy, I expect it to be longer. Sort of like how Liddy and Sully was way longer than Sophie and Virus. Maybe I'll find some information about Toad there. Wow, I didn't even know it was a bulletin board like that. Can we go see it too? Well, it's not quite a happy thing, but go ahead if you like. So you can turn into a Toad, yeah. Below is a gossiper account of an ego head scene at Scene Paraiso. Slugger Addict 2M. Only a live show, no handshaking, are you kidding me? Slugger Addict 2M. Mew, retire from idle life and become my wife already. Slugger Addict 2M. If you don't hurry up and become my wife, you. That's the guy who caused trouble at the show at the train station, right? He seems to be being crazy. Character writing is good. Yeah, I like the character writing in this. It's another reason to add to the list of why I can't wait to play the... Like play more, you know? Like, I want to play Clear Effect 2. I want to play SVS, obviously. I want to see what that game does with its writing characters, but... like, this game and how it writes everything is really interesting, and I want to see what a sequel does with it. They got mad when I went after them with a fake account, lol. Slugger Addict 2M. Your head with a bat, you... Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, this is Twitter. This is people who get, like, addicted to someone and think they owe them something on Twitter just because they like a comment on them enough. Holy moly, this guy's scary. Third favourite NEP story, and I look forward to it. Like I said, like, it also depends how long Riser 3 is, but there's no way in hell Riser 3, regardless of how many streams it will take me all the way to June. I don't see it taking me all the way to June, you know? They're not that long. Yeah, they're long, and I expect it being open world, and, you know, last game in trilogy, it'll be longer, but still. 010, that could have been banned from Twitter if you wrote off that. Yeah, true. This guy's scary. Terrible, right? I don't want to become that way. So was there anyone that Toad posted on the board? There weren't any pictures of him up there, and there was only the stuff from Gossiper. Well, if I see someone suspicious, I plan on approaching them, just to be sure. Ask me to tag along when you make your move. That's encouraging. Alright, I'll definitely tell you. I'm counting on you, President. And push yourself too far, EG. Yeah, I'm not worried about you, EG, and if you get beaten up and hurt, I want to be there to film it. I'm not coming along to protect you, but I should at least pretend I care, since you're part of this group that I'm the president of, so if I just let you go out on your own to die, it'd kind of look bad on my part, so, you know, if I at least try and pretend to help you, it makes me seem a little good, like I was, you know, the damaged hero that tried their best. You know, you get it. You get it, EG. Oh, Jesus Christ. Alright, rank 6. Oh, mine got banned. I've never once got banned. I usually keep to myself, and it's only if it's something that's like is affecting everyone I'll speak up on. Like, I'm surprised I haven't been banned. To be fair, I'm surprised I haven't been banned yet, considering how often I slag off Elon Musk. That man's ego, like, I'm surprised he hasn't banned me yet. Especially every time a new bad decision's made on Twitter. Like, you know, getting rid of two-step verification for text unless you pay. That's just complete bullshit. Security shouldn't be a paid privilege. So I did kind of tear off a little bit on that one about how it's complete bullshit and no one should be feeding such an egotistical piece of shit like Musk. And I didn't get banned, so... Someone I follow, Ultima, got shadow banned for a while because he made a comment, please for the love of God, someone throw Musk into a volcano. So I was like, oh, so he is taking some things personally. Hey there, President. I plan to attend to at the moment. My apologies, but I'll see you later. I wonder where he's going. I'm sure Iji will be fine, but I'm curious. Hey, go and follow him. Yeah, we're so well hidden. What is with this sprite? Oh, this is Toad? You told me most of the game. That's badass. This is Toad? Yeah, he looks like a piece of shit. He looks like someone who'd kidnap a kid and, like, whack a woman with a bat. This is almost accurate. You know, this is the sort of face you see in, like, the mugshot photos. Like, we have arrested, blah, blah, blah. Like, you know, in the news. This is kind of what this is, like, almost too on the nose. I need to give him a really... Are you the one who contacted me on Gossiper? You were serious about the VIP-only handshake meet and greet, right? Yeah? What are you trying to pull? I've been looking for you, Toad. Why don't you give obsessing over idols a rest? How do you know my name? Well, it can't be. Are you Biwasaka? Mr. Biwasaka? So he's the abductor. Even so, aren't they both acting a little strange? He's gonna fucking kill him. He's gonna fucking kill him. Oh, you really are oblivious. Yep, rendering rewind quick save goes and feel. Fire! Fire! No, hey, you stop, Ichi! Fuck! Oh shit, if I do nothing, you might kill him. Stop it. Wait, just wait, please! What are you doing? He's a scum-sucking piece of shit, but it doesn't mean you can just kill him. Why are you getting in my way? Sure didn't look like abductor and victim to me. Oh, you Mr. Biwasaka? You're awfully sharp. I'll take care of this myself. And you pretend you didn't see anything? I have to. Fine, I give. I'll tell you the truth. I lied when I said I was abducted by Toad, and that I was the CEO of an IT company. I'm actually a lawyer. What? A lawyer? Then how do you know Toad? I told you he's an idol otaku, right? 7 years ago, he was waiting for an underground idol he was a fan of outside an event venue. It is the same one. He assaulted her with a meld bat. It is the same one. From Ayana. It is the exact same Toad. I knew it. The one that whacked her with the bat. That's interesting. Two different social links have a connecting theme. You know, there's actually enough... That actually almost, like, adds more believability to the world that two separate people were affected by the same event in their social links. So you believe he's a lawyer? Yeah, he does give me that vibe. A large area of the victim's skull was crushed. The damage was so severe, she teetered between life and death. I was in charge of that case. I represented Toad, who was charged with attempted murder, and I won his innocence by claiming insanity. Innocence? Because they have no criminal liability. By law, they cannot be legally blamed. And they won't have a criminal record. He was put in a mental institution for treatment, but he was released after just several months. He was supposed to continue outpatient treatments afterwards. Once he returned to the outside world, he vanished. That's too horrible. Yes, it is. But that's the law. I had no choice but to do my job. However, the victim lost her sight due to the assault. I found out she became severely depressed and committed suicide. Oh, and so you blamed yourself, E.G. I was too good at my job. Had I not taken him on as my client, he would have been given a harsh sentence. The other inmates might have even lynched him by now. But even if the punishment would have been satisfactory, the victim would have felt some sort of relief. I regretted it. I couldn't sleep at night. The guilt I felt must have called me to Mobius. When I found out Toad was in Mobius, I vowed to take him down with my very own hands. It wouldn't make up for what happened. It was the only way I could apologize to the victim for what I did. I know it's too selfish, but it's the only thing I can do to pay her back. E.G. Oh god, Arya sounds like she's about to cry. Don't blame yourself so much. It's wrong to kill him, but after hearing your story, we'll root for you. Thank you, Arya. President, I told you guys because I could trust you, but don't tell this to the others in the Go Home Club, alright? I don't want to make them worry. You don't blame yourself, blame the system. Yeah, can you blame it? Yeah, I said, yeah. Yeah, the system shouldn't have let that play out. God damn it. And then it becomes black, right? Yep. Because we're going the distance. God damn it, these motherfuckers making me give a shit about E.G. This piece of fucking... Can we go back to just hating him? Can we just go back to everyone agreeing that he can't be trusted, please? Because now I feel bad. He Phoenix righted too hard, and then and then ended up holding back guilt for it. He was too good at being a lawyer. God damn it. Oh, it's so easily abused. Anyway, on to lighter stories. Senpai, I invited Mifui-chan today. She said she'll eat with me. I'm happy for you. Let's go to the club room then. Let's go. There's a situation. Fair. This sausage is so good. Do you want some, Senpai? Hey, I want a bite too. I need some moe stuff, yeah. Open wide. Oh, it's so good. Oh yeah, right. Suzuna's thing is that we was teaching her to get better at just being a part of groups and like eating with friends because she was eating alone in a locker room. Suzuna-chan, something up? What's wrong, Suzuna? Oh, you're not eating again. Oh, I'm sorry. You all looked like you were having fun, so I remembered middle school. I was in Glee Club. I joined to fix my shyness. I actually won regionals. It loves to fade out in this. Well, yeah, it's also a nice, like, palate cleanser when you get through the serious shit, or the stuff that kind of, like, resonates with some of the not-so-nice things, to just do the cute shit, you know? Like a literal palate cleanser for your mind. We actually won regionals. What? Oh, you're amazing, Suzuna-chan. I was in volleyball, but we always lost the qualifiers. No, I was a part of the club. It wasn't just me. We won because we all worked together and worked hard. Still, that's amazing. Thank you. Everyone said nice things like that to me during middle school too. I got invited to karaoke a lot. That's why you can yell so loud. Sorry, I can't control myself when I get surprised. Senpai, thank you for hanging out with me again today. I want to practice some more, so will you eat lunch with me again? Of course. Yeah, I hear you do. Thank you very much, Senpai. I'm so glad you're helping me. I hope I can count on you again. So I think I've mentioned it a little the other day, but when I write my next book, it's not that I'm gonna, like, get rid of the dark shit or whatnot, but I do want to make it a smidge more lighthearted, because Demon of Zen is pretty dark in places. And I do have moments to break it up, mostly Ellie. Mostly Ellie. It's not that Ellie's the comic relief, it's just that she speaks her mind with no filter. And so sometimes she says shit that no one else would say, like in my book. Like, she says what's on her mind, and there's a good reason for it. She grew up on the streets. So, like, she has this, like, although she is a complete bean and kind of, like, naive in places, she doesn't have that filter because she just kind of, she didn't, have, like, have that almost, like, proper refinement in her raising. She very much just kind of did what she wanted. Like, she knows what she wants, and she's not afraid to admit what she wants, and so she just always just says what's on her mind without necessarily processing it. So there's a few points where it leads to, like, a fun bit, and anytime it gets to those fun bits, like, when I'm writing and, like, doing the planning and whatnot, I let it just be, you know? Like, I don't try and cut it down, because I don't want it to get, like, take away from the serious stuff too much. If Ellie's just vibing and doing something dumb, and it makes sense in the story, I let that character just vibe and do something dumb. Even little things, like in Act 2, there's a point where they have, like, this big major battle, but it's in, like, the soaking rain. Once they finish the fight, they all go inside, and Luna starts using her wind magic to help dry people off, like, dry their clothes and whatnot. But before Luna even starts, the split second they get in, Ellie immediately pulls her shirts off to start, like, wringing it, to, like, try and get the water out of it. So she's just standing to the side, like, with just her bra on, basically, sort of thing, just, like, squeezing the water out of this thing. And it's just minding her own business, so she's not even processing that there's, like, you know, 6 other people that are just watching her do that. So, like, Lux has to, like, stand in the way of his back to her, so he kind of, like, half blocks her off to give her some privacy. But she's just doing her thing, and it's like, after, like, a serious fight in that one where a character nearly died, they go in, and without hesitation, Ellie just does fucking something without thinking. So, Kirara today, when you maxed out as in got to talent level 10. And then afterwards, like, as she finishes, she turns around and realizes that everyone else was getting wind magic, so just chucks her shirt back on and stretches her arms out, like, me please. How I should feel. What if he's like, a lot of this, there's only one, like, talent level 10 that makes them a love interest. Like, you don't get to, like, make our harem protag in Blue Reflection. Everyone else, except one character, is a deep friend. There's only one of them that confesses their feelings, that being Uta. Everyone else is like... Coco is like, you're like a sister to me. Reina is like... Well, Reina's got Yuki, so of course she's not going to like you. In that way. Same with Yuki. Hiyori's a little flirty, but it's more like she's like, I feel like I have a little sister now, instead of always being the little sister. And I'm like, okay, nice. Mio learns to not be so obsessive over her sister and let herself be herself, so it's more just a learning thing. But Uta is learning to love again, and at the end, it's learning to share that love with Ao. So she is a natural love interest. I can't. The only reason I bring up not Hiyori, Shiori, and Kirara is because I don't remember theirs 100%. It's been a while. I don't remember their rank 10s 100 completely. So glad you're helping me. I hope I can count on you again. Oh, also, you should know with the rank 10 talent levels, that's the only requirement for the true ending. So you can't get it on your first playthrough, but on the second playthrough, at the end of the game will give you one last opportunity to talk with a teammate one-to-one. On your second run, you need to talk to anyone who has a talent level 10. Which, like I said, on your second playthrough, you should almost definitely have talent level 10 on everyone anyway by the time you reach the end of your second playthrough. But still, that's like the only thing you need for the true ending. You need to talk to someone who has a talent level 10 with you. But worse. Yeah, I don't... I know this is my bias keen. I don't have a worse girl. At all. Like, Uta's my favourite by far. Reina and Yuki are kind of tied second. But in all the rest, I just really like them. You know? That's kind of like how I am. Like, all the rest, I just like them. Like, I don't have anyone that stands out as, like, bad. Like, I don't think that Kirara and Shiori's talent levels are as memorable, but it doesn't mean I have anything against the character. I just don't think their talent levels are as memorable. But the actual characters themselves, no, it's like a group of friends. Yeah, but what's new there? To be fair, even before we introduced Uta, when I was explaining bits of Uta for you, you said that you wasn't sure you was going to like her because of her personality and how she is. So we kind of knew it already that Uta might not be for you. But I adore Uta. But once again, and I always bring this up, one of my biggest things that helped with me of like falling with Uta and made me click with her like frame one is how severely she reminded me of someone I'm still friends with and someone that I knew really well in college and still talk to every now and then. Yeah, she's not, but hey, props to her can. Yeah, fair enough. Different tastes and all that, huh? Very much, Senpai. I'm so glad you're helping me. I'm counting on you again. Aw. You know, I'm nervous. Going back to this game, I'm nervous for the rank 6. The first rank 6 we did is Yana's hatred of men came from her best friend killing herself. Iji's rank 6 is that he's trying to avenge that same girl and blames himself deeply for just doing his job. I'm scared of these rank 6s. I'm expecting all of them to be like viciously dark. Which I can choose me to enjoy. Yeah, and I think that's what we spoke about like before you got to that point. I remember a conversation of you comparing her to certain aspects of you, and it's like you tend to not like characters that you find comparable to you, which is fair enough. I found a fan of mine who became a Dehya head. I called them over in the front gates of school. Come with me. Too close to me for comfort. Yeah. I still need to do the male playthrough. There's so much in this game that seems like might be different. Like, how is Ayana's whole social link gonna work if I'm a dude? Keep in mind she hates men, you know? Am I gonna be the example she talks to? What about that bathhouse scene in Stork's dungeon? When we went in with the other girls? Are we gonna stay outside and, like, fight off Kensuke? Like, disappointing you, Kagipi. Why did you betray Mew? I guess I'll apologize before hurting you. Sorry. Now grit your teeth. Here I come. Hurrah for Mew! I defeated him, but it won't directly affect whether we can go home. It'd be jarring for him right now too. And I'm sure I'm overreaching, but some of these people are probably satisfied with their life in Mobius. Maybe this isn't true atonement. Maybe it's just self-satisfaction. What do you think, Senpai? Oh, Jesus. I said it's like, I still follow the rule of this past, but regrets and remorse in my heart. The one difference is that I'm trying to be more open-minded to input. Yeah, whilst EG at least strikes me as someone who's like, he seems very much like we could try and talk to him a million different times, point out a million different pieces of trivia, and try and do so many different things for him. But because he's decided, that's the bottom line for him. The key example being, we all tried to spend so much time convincing him not to just kill Mew, and to try and find other means, because it could force other people out of a life they actually want. And then when given the opportunity, the first thing he tried to do was kill Mew. Despite that. You have to face reality at some point. I think it's very noble, but isn't that also just kind of your opinion, Senpai? Alright, fuck! I bet there are people out there who don't want to face reality, and people who turn a blind eye to survive. Oh, are you okay? So it's causing you trouble. Actually, this is what happened. I never knew this place wasn't real. We loved your songs, Kagipi. It's like your lyrics connected with how I was feeling on some level. Good people. Fair enough. I see. But I need to grow up too. College entrance exams are coming up. I'm so glad entrance exams don't fucking exist in the UK. I'm so glad when I finished high school, or say secondary school, the colleges reached out to me. I didn't have to pay any tuition fee. I didn't have to, you know, do an exam to get in. The colleges actually want you in Europe. They want you because your existence promotes the college, which then brings more people in. And then they get paid by the government to carry on because they're doing well. So I was was irrational. Yeah, that's fair. I'm not gonna claim to understand at the same level. I've lost people, but not onto like that level or anything that I feel like I could have done any different. I accept it for what it is. The only guilt I have is I wish I spent more time with my granny before she passed. But that's because she had her like decay in health was a very slow and gradual thing, and it just became harder and harder to be even anywhere near around her. To such an extent, I eventually just stopped visiting her because it was just she became such a toxic person after a while because where she was deteriorating so much. It wasn't the granny I knew sort of thing. Script 2. College entrance exams are coming up. Planning for the future best I can. College entrance exams, huh? What's wrong? It's weird to feel like this. Weird thinking that was 2021. Because that still feels kind of recent to me. But that Jesus, I just thought for a second. I was like, Jesus, that actually wasn't that long ago. A couple of classes before awarding me an associate's degree. I had to move it my late old man in his final days. Yeah, that's unfortunate. And that's all I can say. I like, you know, there's nothing else I can imagine that I can say that hasn't been said already. Eh, one man. One man's situation could have gone straight to high school to an associate's. Yeah. What's wrong? It's just, it feels strange to be praised for songs I made with fake talent. So then, why did you even start making songs, Kensuke? Now that I think about it, I had an awful reason. Mew was popular, so I thought even I could do that. During second year guidance counselling, I decided I wanted to go to music school, so I could earn a living making music. I thought desktop music, or DTM, would let someone like me make music without any musical know-how. Obviously, I was very quickly disappointed. Sounds like you're a bit of a spoiled child. So, how are you gonna atone? You started it, so you're gonna run away again? I get it. You don't have to pester me so much. I won't quit. I'll push on a little longer. You know, it's a small thing, but you know what I like? When the HUD elements come up, like that social link, the HUD remains behind the characters. Like, it doesn't go over them. Like, you can still see all of Kensuke and Aria, sort of thing. Oh, I found another fan turned into a Digihead. Let's go. Alright, tally-ho. Separate by status, but we finally comment on something, honestly. Well, I didn't mean it like that. It's more like I feel like there's nothing I could add to the conversation. I imagine everything I could say, someone else has already said to you. That was more what I was getting at. Trip together, Ari, crappy P. Betrayal isn't very rock and roll, you know. Yeah, I know what you mean. It's Kagi P. You're Bluemon, right? Yep, I was waiting for you so you could compensate me. I see. It seems very unique. There's going to be a drag. You're so spineless. Just go with the flow. I bet you don't have the balls to go back to the shitty real world. Realization alone can be cathartic. Yeah, that's fair. You know this world is fiction, and yet you're a Digihead. That could be problematic. If you want to go back, shout it out. Scream out aloud to whoever you're going back for. If your dumbass shouts manage to move me, I'll snap out of this. Well, of course I know you can't, Kagi P. It's Kagi P! I'm not really sure there's really Kagi P anymore. If you're in Mobius, you and your friends have nothing left in that shitty world. What's there to miss in the real world? To get back what I lost? Jesus Christ. I can make this very serious if I want to. Yeah, I'm sure you'd be able to get back what you lost while you're there. I don't have anything like that. Besides, it's all the more reason to stay here. Going back and becoming an adult would make you lose more and more. It may not look like it, but I'm an adult in the real world. I'm the type of adult who would dread becoming. The only thing you can control in the real world is alcohol. No, not even that. It's all fake people sipping fake beer, crying out their fake lives. That's your precious adulthood. The world, Kagi. I suppose the world Kagi P, but even the worst of lives can find something of meaning. Exactly. How pathetic. Is it pathetic? And even that little bit of fun gets taken away by tax hikes and college tuition for your kids. What a ruthless world. Hey, Kensuke, you get a hold of yourself. You're just a Digihead trying to mess with you. Don't listen to him. You always wish for death before you even hit 30. It's a lie to work hard. That work hard will get you anywhere. Stop idealizing shitty adults. It's an illusion. An illusion? I guess my scream was pretty effective. I don't mind taking you to the musicians right away, but I'll let you go this time, so just think about it. Bye. I've got an anti-capitalist pseudo-intellectual. What was that? He talks so big for such a little scrub. But maybe there's some truth to it. Kensuke, hey, it's affecting him a lot. I hope he's okay. Wait, we're in the middle of Kensuke's arc. We're about to find out his rank 6. We already know his rank 6 is going to be the what traumas happened in his life that made him want to hide away. What is it? If it's another letter, I'm not reading it. Today I'm going to test to see if you really can do everything on your own. Follow me. What game are you playing by bringing me to this sort of place? Drum roll, please. Your first test is called Table for One. Woohoo! Dun dun dun. Now you have to go into that beef bowl place by yourself, if you dare, okay? I said by yourself, so we'll be watching you from here. If you say so. Oh, just in case you're thinking about faking it, I can use my powers to hear everything that goes on in the shop. I seem to recall you saying you were in a weakened state. Why waste your energy on some stupid test? Alright then, let's get this over with. Welcome. Bingo, just as I thought you would. You sat down without ordering a meal first. Excuse me, sir, could you please place an order before sitting? Oh, sure. I knew it was fishy. The odd things he'd say, the upper class air about him. I bet he's never gone out to eat alone before. Beef and rice. I've heard of beef bowls before. What's the difference? A beef plate, but where's the rice? Oh, there it is. There's a button for rice at the bottom. So if I order beef plate and rice, I'll get a beef bowl? Wait, no. A plate with rice is more expensive than just buying a beef bowl outright. Why the 20 yen difference? Hey, come on already. If you don't know what you want, can I buy mine first? Oh, sure. I succeeded, new benchmark, brand new remake. Yeah, but at least it's back, my guy. At least the Dragoon's back in some form. I'm curious. Thank you for waiting. Here's your beef plate, rice and beef bowl. Is that all your order? Yes. Is he serious? Are we planning to eat all that? Enjoy. What's the difference? This is like they're separated. Is he putting the beef plate on top of the rice? No, I have 2 beef bowls. Where did 20 yen go? Grateful good. Yeah, that was my bad. That was beyond anything I expected, and he only ate half of each bowl. You're right, I need to get used to this. My mother had strict rules. She wouldn't let me go anywhere by myself. You're a high school student in real life too, right? Isn't she a bit overprotective of you? My mother is a famous violinist. I think she wanted me to be one too, so she always controlled my life. So this was a good experience. Yes. I'm a bit out of touch with society. Maybe I should learn more in here before we get back to the real world. The Full HD issue exactly. The series I'm on about, I don't have to lose my PSTV. Yeah, the PSTV is just gonna get more and more dust. I still got mine. It's just I just never used the fucking thing. It's really same. And that's it. We finally caught up on everyone. Christ. It might not even be all the side events yet. We haven't even gone over to the musicians. We'll probably get the last 2 trophies. Fair. From Civ Rev 2. Oh god, right. Oh, we get Murray as a party member. We also get Kushi. I forget her full first name, Kusha something. Which I feel bad for, because I actually like Kushi more. Of the musicians, I actually gave a damn about Kushi. It seemed like she had shit going on. And when the fire came up, she freaked out, she's clearly pyrophobic for some reason, she started hyperventilating. And I like her design, it's simple but cool, and her boss seemed ruled. Anyway, who is that? It's Lucid-chan, a new musician apparently. You're new, who are you, Shadow Knife? This one, the new musician who's been topping the charts like crazy. I don't care about that. Where's Fawn? Calling me here? What's her motive? You were called here because you lost at the Go Home Club, right? I think it's our turn next, so good luck. Our turn. Alright, Kushinashi. I don't know, because Kushi's design is one of the more simple ones. She's got booty shorts, a hoodie, and a ripped shirt. And then the mask, the mask is the only thing that stands out as unique, but everything else is pretty normal. But I kind of love her design. So glad you understand, Sweet Pea. You received a new challenge from the Go Home Club. Mew? Yes. Like how Mew, the pseudo goddess of this world, has a phone. The hell? That's my private bathhouse. Okay, Shonen's taking it well. What a fantastic picture! What are you guys doing in my bathhouse? If you recognize him, come to Go Home Club. He's the creep who went to the girls' rooms. All musicians are pervs. OMG, hilarious. Forget those idiots. We are Dehya heads hunting at library. If you're sore about it, won't you try and stop us? Might get another pic of you peeping again, though. Pukya! Mina! Thanks for your input, Mew. Pathetic! A disgrace to the image of the ostinato musicians. No, it's not true! This is what's happening. Shonen Doll, Mirai, Kushinashi, go hunt down the Go Home Club and the guards with Lucid. Shonen, Mirai, and Kushi. Kidding me? Why do I have to pick up their slack? Check it out. Are you chasing me out? I won't go back to the real world. I'll do it. I guess there's nothing else I can do. Let's go, pervert. No, call me that! Oh, damn. Can I just, like, vibe with you? Can I just sit here and just vibe with you, sweetheart? Just find a spot on the floor to sit down. Oh, there's where you are. You're way over here. Okay, so I still technically have those two, but I have new party members to mess with. Jesus, 37, 29, huh? Sure, I'll keep this party. I need to level these two up anyway, or level up their friendship rank. 3 hours. Oh, jeez. Yeah, don't do that. Wait, what have you got? A high-powered punch. Oh, are you the brawler type? Trial Mirai. How draw unimaginable amounts of energy, then pulse the ground around you, hitting a free risk of stunning effect. What's your support skills? Group heal. And increase stress? Oh, gee. Okay, dude, I don't need the details. Oh. She can stress your ultimate bar. She can boost your ultimate with keeping her. Shadow Child. Skill task countdown. Heal. Remove debuffs. Reduce SP consumption. And increase... What? Increases hate towards yourself while greatly increasing evasion. So it makes it so enemies target you more often. Why couldn't you say that? Why increase hate towards you? Why that wording? So it makes enemies more likely to target you, but you get an evasion boost. And your set is... Oh, you use a hammer. Enemies down, rattle the earth for 3 spins of your hammer, does extra damage to it. Melee counter, airborne only. His attack, his evasion, skill cast, heal, gleeful sadism, stun an enemy, sensual dance, increases the hate an enemy has for you. Why do they keep... Why do they keep calling it hate? Grants allies an area extra evasion and max SP. That one's a costly skill. There's 32 points for that. There, I'll do that. Ooh, this is new. 9th sense. On enemies with risk 5 or higher, this is a relentless combo and launch combo, finishing with devastating air laser. Oh, the whole thing with Vince McMahon, I'm just like... It's not that I'm done with it, as in, like, I'm just like, ugh, but it's just like... Something's gonna stop that guy eventually, you know? Like, something's gonna come in. I just wish it would happen sooner. I'm just kind of, like, zoned out with it a little bit. Alright, I want to talk to you, because I think you're a cool character, and I like your design. I already imagined it be a bunch of people lacking common sense. But being transparent is even more absurd than I expected. What do you want? Yeah, please do. How are you feeling? I'm okay now. Sorry I caused you trouble. Oh good, Lucid was worried too. To floor the trick the week, right? Yeah. I mean, it's funny, we were talking about that after EG's social link earlier. Sorry, but I have to go. I promised my sister I'd go shopping with her today. Shopping with your sister, huh? That girl seems to attend school every day. Even when she has to work. She goes home early to make curfew. Looks to be living a very healthy high school life. Don't you think that's weird for a musician? I like school too. EKP also goes a lot. Have we met EKP yet? EKP-chan just goes to get screamed at by girls, right? And you're just going for peeping purposes. So adorable, it makes me want the purse to carry her in. One man and the cute Mew in the purse. How did you know? Anyone could have guessed that. Just leave other people to their business. That's just Kushinashi's way of enjoying Mobius. Well, yeah, but... Kushinashi. Perfect. This is for you guys. What's this? Oh, a birthday invitation. My mother told me to invite all my friends, so here you go. Aww. I like them more already. It's her birthday coming up. Come on, be the perfect Moe blob anime title. Yeah. Enjoy the fun adventures. So it's your birthday soon, Kushinashi. Of course we'll go, right, Lucid? Of course we will. Great. I'm glad. OMG! I'm looking forward to it so much. Of course I'll go. Kushinashi-chan, thank you for the invite. We'd love to go. It's my first time being invited by a girl. What should I wear? You're just supporting characters, so wear whatever you want. No, don't say that. He'll take it literally. I like Kushi. I like Kushi. She's cool. Don't say that, sweet pea. This is Stork we're talking about. Anyway, so no one forget to bring a present, okay? And I won't be nice if you bring something weird. You don't have to do that. My mother will be happy if you just show up. Be a bad option in this game. Oh, before you do social link, save. If you pick a wrong choice, you can ruin a social link, and you have to spend 50 skill points to repair it. And considering the true ending of this game is max out every single character's social link on both sides, yeah, that's going to start getting costly if you fuck up a bunch. So save before you do like your circular social link. So if you fuck up, you can just load the save. Spare the punishment. I mean, grinding up skill points is very easy in this game, so 50 points is nothing, but it's despite the fact that, you know, you have to make that punishment sort of thing. You don't have to do that. My mother will be happy if you just show up. Hehe, Kushinashi-chan, you love your mummy, don't you? Wait, what is this cheap-looking invitation? And it's being held at the Papiku Cafe? I don't know if it's proper to invite me to something so lame. Looks evil. Yes, and all you have to do for that is that there's only 2 prerequisites to get the evil ending. Because there's 3 endings. There's normal, there's evil, and there's golden. There's only 2 prerequisites. The first one is when after the 2nd dungeon, I think it was, when Fawn invites you to join, agree to join, and then afterwards, it's just, in the later half of the game, I don't know when, I followed it just so I knew what I'm kind of getting an idea of. There's going to be a point where the game will give you a choice to pick a side. And then if you pick the musicians, you go for the musician ending. Also, it looks like Mireille isn't going. As always, you have a bitchy personality. It's actually pretty extravagant to rent out a shop for a birthday party. Yeah, I've never done that. Silence! If you're inviting me somewhere, there's supposed to be a restaurant with at least 3 stars. I won't go to such a shabby party, I won't. That's fine. I didn't expect you there anyway. And I was thinking of letting you use my favourite 3-star restaurant, Grand Blue, but it seems that won't be necessary. Commoners like yourselves should enjoy their puny party and slurp ketchup-covered Napoleon... Neapolitan pasta. Retrieval route. Well, I was saying, you've got Go Home route, Musician route, Gold route. Gold route is an extension of the Go Home route. So you get the Go Home ending route as well. You get the trophy for that as well when you go for it, because it's technically an extension of that. But citing the musicians does lead to a different final dungeon. Make sure you wipe your mouths clean. Oh! Those hateful words are oddly specific. She's definitely slurped ketchup-covered Napoleon pasta, isn't she? My apologies. I have a prior engagement that day. I'll send you a present later. Also picking every negative option. Well, just to make everyone hate you. That's fine. Don't worry about a present. I'm looking forward to the birthday party. Sucks that not everyone's going to be there, though. It's the first time the musicians are going to celebrate together. Now that you mention it, it is the first time. It wouldn't be bad for us musicians to occasionally get together and bond. That's all thanks to Kushinashi-chan. Let's have a grand celebration. There, so you'll just dead end social link super early. That's all that will happen. I'll go to the party location ahead of you. You can all come later. Okay, we'll see you there. Even though we always have tea parties here, it kind of feels weird that we're sitting around a table together. Oh no, I'm getting nervous. Why are you getting nervous? Why don't you do some deep breathing? Who two will be golden. Congratulations, Kushinashi! Huh? Eh? Wow. Oh, she took, like... If you... Social links, whenever you get... I think the social links only affect whether you get gold ending if you decide, regardless of what you go. And so to get gold ending, you have to side with Go Home Club and max out all social links on both sides. Anything less than that, you're either getting Go Home ending or musician ending. That's it. But that's as far as I know. Obviously, I didn't want to completely spoil every detail for myself. I was going to go. I know in Caligula Effect 2, it's a lot more simple. I'm not saying this is complicated, but in Caligula Effect 2, I already know what the prerequisite is. There's going to be a point where you'll get an option to betray someone or not, and it's literally either you betray them or you don't, and that's it. That's the only decider on what ending you get. The context and whether it'll be worth doing it, obviously we'll find out when we eventually get to that sequel and go through it. So my true even ending will be musician, good to know. Yeah. But it says the social link doesn't affect anything other than whether you get golden or not. And saying golden's only on the Go Home Club anyway, so if you're going for the musician ending, it doesn't matter. So what I was going to say is, I think Kushinashi, these three are just like the NPCs dragged out of Mobius. Like, they're not real people, it's not her real family. It's just the ones that she's made, like her make-believe one here. Thank you for coming to my daughter's party today. I didn't know Kurumi. Is her name Kurumi? Oh, it was meant to be. It was meant to be. This is why, of course, I like her. Her name is Kurumi. Would bring so many friends. I'm so happy. Thank you, everyone. Wow, Kurumi, so many of your friends came. Hope you all have fun. Yeah, thank you, Kurumi's dad, mom, and big sister. Let's have fun, everyone. Oh, so our family members are copy NPCs. You can see the rift after all, but they're friendly to us like normal. It feels a bit weird. What we can do? It's impossible for the whole family to move the Mobius when you think about it. Which means that maybe Kushinashi-chan and her family is not good to snoop. Yeah, it's like maybe if a fake family is here and it was made here, something's probably going on in her real life with her family. Jeez, what's with everyone? Let's sing the birthday song. Please. Oh, I wanted to hear you go happy birthday to you, like in English, you know. Sorry I made you all come. If you think it's stupid, you can go home. I'll come up with an excuse to my parents. Alright, I'll go home. Happy birthday, yay! Then I'll go happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, happy birthday dear Kurumi, happy birthday to you, yay! Alright everyone, help yourselves. Yes, we made plenty. Kurumi, your cake. Kushinashi? Oh, she's starting to have a panic attack again. Kushinashi! Kushinashi! She started hyperventilating. Kurumi-chan? Kurumi! She's hyperventilating. Lucid, help me! Take off her mask. She needs to take slow and shallow breaths. Kurumi, hold on. Jesus, Stork being a sensible human being? What the fuck? Can we just take a second to take a step back? Stork did the sensible thing. He immediately went, alright, he literally went into not a weirdo mode, you know, not a perv mode. He literally went, no, we gotta help her. Sit her up, take her mask off, get her breathing. He literally, what? That was I almost got whiplash. Kushinashi, are you okay? It's alright. It happens all the time. No need to worry. Was it you guys? Let's have a fun time today, thank you. I think Kurumi, this Kushinashi, has gone through a lot. And I think it doesn't take much. I don't think it's just Pyro. I think it's just in general doesn't take much to set off like panic attacks, because that's what that came across as. Yeah, I am very worried. I had fun too. Then that's good. So much fun too. Next to Lucid. Wait, let's say do everyone's birthday party in order. You all did it for me, so I'll do it too. Kurumi-chan, let's go home so you can rest. Coming. Well, thanks for today. Kushinashi. Yeah, I'm worried too, Mew. I want to give her a hug. You know what, one man? You could have got away with that because my dyslexic brain didn't read the E on your last message, so my brain read that as please hug me anyway, and then you corrected it, and I went, wait, what are you correcting it? And then I noticed. You could have got away with that. Alright, let's see what mini event is we've got coming on. There goes a musician. This now, after that last one we did ended up being pretty damn short, I want to include this one as well. And then afterwards I'll probably wrap up. Nah, I'm very finicky. That's fair, dude. CD type of thing. Yeah, I'm the same. If I notice my own typo, I correct it. Or at least try to. Whoops, as I bonk the mic. We're here! This place looks so boring. Oh god, right, we're back in the library. Yeah, I do want to get this done. Being a writer. Yeah, probably. That's probably why I'm so fickle about it as well. This place looks so boring. You stayed inside here this whole time. No wonder you have such a gloomy personality. I'd give you some pointers. Leave me alone. It's a nice and quiet place. Don't worry about her. That's also the other thing. Kushinashi's like genuinely kind of like, she's not like being overly nice or trying to be super friendly. But she's supportive. Like, she's a good bean. Why is she like, oh, she's a good person. Like, she's genuinely got a caring soul, but a lot's gone on. So she, like, you know, she has like these anxiety problems and has breathing trouble. Mirai for a statement or nodding agreement. The thing is, like, I don't like Mirai saying that she has a problem against libraries, but I agree with her having a problem with this library because it's, like I said, the weakest dungeon in the game. Thank you. Lucid, whose song will you play today? You know what, Kushinashi, let's make it your day. Okay, here's today's song, check it out. Jeez, why do I have to do this? I'll do everything to ensure the Go Home Club doesn't go back to reality. Why are you so motivated? Anyway, let's go over and go home. The science being destroyed! Ah! Also, where'd the other two go? The other two get stuck. Shonen got oh, these two got stuck. Okay, they're idiots. Okay, come on, the only smart one. Come on, Kurumi. Oh, they caught up. Except for a lot of the musicians, a lot of them have nuanced personalities. Suppose, yeah. Looks like they're here. Hirosaka-kun? Shh. Where could he have gone? Oh, right, it's a library. Oh, we bump into Iji again. That might not be so good, having Kurumi with us. And I'm probably going to call her Kurumi more often than I call her Kushinashi. Because one of them I'm going to remember. Oh, the door just went. 1 second. My stepdad got there first, but still. Oh, you know what I haven't checked yet? I want to see how the others sit on the throne. Yeah, oh, she's on her phone. That makes sense. Jesus Christ. Alright, we get it. I still think these two are like the coolest two throne chair seats. Us because look at us, like we take the trilby off, and Shonen because he looks like a demon. He looks like a ghost. But Kushinashi's makes sense. I can imagine she probably sits like that on every chair. Yeah, like almost in everything. She just kind of sits kind of cozily by the looks of it. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. And once again, I'll grind out the talent levels off screen. Can we give up already? I'm getting tired of this. We haven't even gone around half this place yet. Wait, where did that creepy doll go? Shonen? You're not telling me that pervert is skiving off his duties, leaving the work to me? Unforgivable. You guys look for him. We have to find him. I've seen this happen before. Is he actually out of the party? Here he is, god damn it. Our coat stuck on our... Hang on. There we go. I was like, our coat was stuck on our scarf for a second there. Yeah, there's a reason why I'm not stopping to fight many enemies. I will, like, if they're, like, completely in the way like this, just to get an idea. But it's because I don't like this dungeon, so it's like, of course I don't want to stay here very long. Oh, Kushinashi has Yana's moveset. Presumably. Powerful punch, consume yourself in speakers, then lunge at the enemy. If you hit an enemy casting a skill that's stunned. Oh, yeah, okay. Swing an enemy titles enemy into the air, only when downed. And it's easy enough to grind up the friendship ranks of the musicians because they get double points. And I guess because you don't spend as much time with them in the game compared to your main cast, but they get 200 points. So it's like, it's kind of rude not to. You can just grind them up easy to 9 easily, so then we can access all their social links as and when they come. God damn. Do you see how far Kurumi pushed her back there? That's a slam and a half. That electric shield work does business. Oh, she hurts her hand. Oh. That she had to shake off her hand afterwards. Okay, now they're just doing that. Oh, Sweet Pea and Stalk. I don't think I'm going to use Sweet Pea and Stalk ever again. It doesn't feel like there's that much of a push to have to use them, if I'm honest. Especially because they're still like... When it comes to trophies, yeah, I gathered it would be. It's part of the reason why the PS Plus collections are so slow to go out, because they retrofit trophies into every single one of them, even the ones that never did have trophies. It's part of the reason why they're not coming out in like en masse like people really want them to, because they have to go into the code slightly to make sure it triggers correctly for trophies. During PS Now? Yeah, and that was during PS Now. It was a new commitment that they made making with PS Premium, that any game added to Premium would have trophies, regardless of when it came out and what era it was a part of. Which is why like these are coming out slower, and why there's a whole bunch that used to be on either the Vita or the PS Now or something that aren't available currently. That's what I'm used to. Yeah, fair enough. I need to go disrupt you first. Oh, you fuck! Of course you doom barriered that. So sorry if anyone want to do Cold Steel 3 first. Yeah, you just play what you want to play. You couldn't have predicted Legend of Dragoon being part of this month's premium extras. Oh, I was like, why aren't those two doing anything? And I looked in the corner. They're still in their recovery period. That's why. Yeah, and that's fair enough. It does make me wonder what they're going to do like in the next couple months of premium then. Because like, I've seen a lot of people on Twitter like explode in excitement over Legend of Dragoon being there, but I've also seen a lot of people explode in excitement over Wild Arms 2 being on there. I think part of like the premium thing is like, well, now like the bar's been raised, you know? Now people are going to have expectations for future months. When are we getting Simpsons Hit and Run? You know? When are we getting the PS2 port of Half-Life? Because yes, there was a PS2 port of the original Half-Life, and it's actually pretty decent. For a game that was built entirely with a keyboard and mouse way before like there was any desire to console integration, they found a pretty good way of doing it. Possibly ITBH. Yeah, that's kind of what I mean. It's like now people are gonna have expectations. If there's two games that are considered like bangers that are being added to it, now there's expectation for whatever's next. And the thing is, it's just me theorizing, but I'm pretty sure Hit and Run's coming. Either it's a port or a remaster or something is coming. Because at the start of the month, so it's like a few weeks back now, the entirety of Hit and Run's soundtrack got their licenses restored and put on Spotify. Just like all of a sudden, you know, this random 2003 game, suddenly all of its music got its licenses restored and all of it's on Spotify. That screams to me something's coming. You don't just do that on a whim, you know? Something's coming and they need to restore the licenses for all the music. It's hard to stop the Dragoon. Yeah, fair. Hey, Shonen Doll, it's me and you. Come on out. Get out of the way. It's because you spoil him like that. He doesn't behave himself. Hey, we know you're in there. Come out already. You plebe. How dare you make me work and just vanish like that? It's unforgivable. Just leave me alone already. It was a mistake to make me go outside. Even just a moment. I'm better suited to decay in my room. Have you no shame? You hermit, you neat, you parasite. You good for nothing, you undutiful boy. Real neat's hiding inside Mobius. How are you any different from me? We are completely different social classes. How dare you compare me to yourself? Stop it, Marie. It's just like what the sheet was said. We're the same as you. Hermits that turned our backs on reality. But we came here for a reason. That's why we have to protect Mobius. And there are those we can't let go back to reality. Even if I die, I won't let the Go Home Club return to the real world. I'll do anything to prevent that. Why are you so serious? Okay. You can eat Bento and Mobius. And if she forgets about reality, maybe we can become friends in this world. That's right. It'll be a lot of fun if the Go Home Club is with us. It's like Mew just wants everyone to get along. Come on, let's go. This is an incredible waste of time. Shonen Do-san? Not here. Let's go, Suzuna-chan. Alright. Oh goddamn, we have to spend more time here. Ugh. At least we get to listen to Kurumi's theme. More. Okay, I see where we gotta go. I had to look just blank stare at the map for a second. I legitimately like Mew. Yeah, that's because Mew isn't talking every 2 seconds. And it's even saying that, she's also like, the things that she things that she talks about, she isn't trying to be helpful, but not at all. She just wants the best in everyone, and it's just her naivety, you know? Like, she's a good spirit, and Paimon's just kind of annoying. I wanted to rearrange the pipe properly, there we go. And I feel for Mew, it's like, for someone who's like, introduced as basically the main villain of the game at the first. Like, there's really nothing villainous about her, you know? She might be misguided in her intentions for whatever reason she feels that no one should leave Mobius. But I don't think she's bad. Just like she's emergency food fast enough. Yeah. They kind of stopped making that joke. I think it was starting to get a little old, the emergency food joke, so they don't really make it anywhere near as often nowadays. Which is fair enough. It's better to like kind of kill it before it gets old, then keep it going until it really does get old, you know? Oh, they're gonna fucking Doom Barrier. Alright. Yeah, there's other they have other ways of like criticizing or poking fun at Paimon, dude. It's just they dropped always using the emergency food like jab every single time. Because yeah, like, you know, the game has been around for like 2.5 years. The joke was getting old. And I understand that's just me observing. It's just that that joke hasn't popped up in like forever now. It's been a little bit. Why there's so many Lagardes here? Pervert, what are you doing? Don't call me a pervert! You lost to them too, Mireille. How dare you? Don't group me with you. Quiet. Oh, I just realised. I hear their voices. It seems they're nearby. I just realised. Hang on a minute. Kushinashi's picture is a dog. Mariah's a lion, makes sense because she's got the lion thing on her. What kind of person's your type? Why are you asking me? Someone who has nice handwriting. What's your favourite season? I haven't done this in forever. You can spare it for a minute. Maybe spring. I have a lot of good memories of it. What do you do on your days off? I spend it with family. Give me your weapon. I don't know. I want to avoid fighting if I can. Aww. Are you familiar with asparagus? I'd love to get one of my novels adapted. Wouldn't we all? That would be cool. Just to see how different adaptations would be. Reading Ghosts and Aliens? I don't know if I can call them ghosts. But when I think that people who died are watching, I'm able to work harder. Immune is so beautiful. That's romantic. But I don't really know how to reply when I'm told that. You know what? Fair. Are you on Twitter? I am. I have a musician one and a personal one. I won't tell you my personal one. Damn. Well, we'll get closer and then you will. Well, I'll make this my last one because I'm getting distracted. What idiom would you use to describe yourself? Morsel enemy. To describe yourself? Okay. Where did you go, Toad? There. We're looking all over you for Birasaka-kun. What were you doing? I'd like to go back to work as soon as possible once we're back in reality. I was researching newspaper microfilms to see what's been happening in the real world while we've been there. I see. Were there any useful articles? No, there was articles about the real world up until 6 years ago, but everything after that has been useless information on Mobius. You played the board game Settlers of Catan before? No, I've never even heard of it if I'm honest. It's a very well made imitation world, so I thought maybe, but it's been one-sided. I imagine so. That's right, since you came in later, we never explained to you, Iji. In Mobius, there's a firewall set up so people don't remember the real world. If you see info from several years ago, then there must be a bug here too. Isn't that strange? Then why does everyone know about Astral Syndrome? Oh, that. Arya had removed the firewall in Naruko's smartphone and made it possible to access the internet in the real world. The only place you can look up recent info in the real world while in Mobius is through Naruko's smartphone. I see. I know this. It was a terrible incident. An idol girl. Man, this keeps on being brought up, huh? An idol girl was hit in the face by a fan's bat, and then she killed herself, right? The video game, by the way, is basically an economical strategy game. Oh, fair enough. Actually, she was an underground idol. It seems the criminal got off scot-free. Yeah, Iji, that was you. He's like, oh, now we know the truth. It's like, Iji, you're the reason why he got away with it. But he's guilty. He feels guilty about it. No, that's terrible. I'm sure his lawyer was very good. There. Oh, is that why Kurumi, like, hates Iji? Was she also part of, like, that underground? Or something like that? You're the one that came? Ugh. Aren't you quite the troublemaker? Where it's 4 against 2 this time, the situation's reversed. Taking hostages and bringing backup? You're a petty woman, aren't you? You really are the finest woman in the world. I'm quite disappointed. These people are my minions. It just means that you're not worth my time. This kind of video game. Fair. Then it's 3 against 2. You're the finest woman in the world. You can't even do basic maths. Oh, I see. You're the most idiotic woman in the world. Oh, that makes sense. Kotono has a kill switch, and that kill switch is Mireille entered the room. And anytime she does, she just whacks it, and she goes into, like, the most, like, vicious fucking... The Reaper is no one's minion. Kotono, you're terrifying. You don't ever shut your trap, do you, you monster-lipped girl? You mean like a Glasgow smile? What are you, 5 years old? You're the one who keeps asking people am I pretty all the time. I'll make a correction then. You're the most idiotic and infantile woman in the world. Yeah, that makes more sense. See what I mean? Like, this woman just has a kill switch. Like, she just activates. Don't just stand there looking dumb. Say something back to her. EGP Rosaka. Easy, Kurumi. Easy, Kurumi. What's happening again? What's happening? What is this? Kushinashi? Don't give up, Kushinashi. Negative fugs. I'm okay. Is that so? Kugasaka-kun. Seems you can't kill anyone with the catharsis effect. I wonder though, what'll happen when you can no longer breathe? You're sick inside, aren't you? Instead of picking fights, when you just run along and play house. I won't get in your way if you don't get in mine. Alright, you understand, Kushinashi-san. Shut up! I think she knows. I think Kurumi knows. I think Kurumi knows, like what EG technically did, and also blames him, and it, like, sets him off. Maybe she was either part of that band as well, or maybe she was just a fan, because, like, you know, it's to do with the underground. You know, like, maybe, like, that's why she has such a thing against EG, and it just sets her off every time. Alright, release my limit. Okay, I'm worried about depending on this too much, though. Catharsis effect overdose. Alright, time to beat up these two. I mean, my not friends who I don't know. I'm not Robu Fierce. What are you asking? Ooh, this feels nice. Well, I warned you. You'll have only yourself to blame if you die. Alright, this again. Alright, let me just deal with EG, quick. Yeah, before he gets carried away with anything. Yeah, let me just deal with EG. What's gonna go on? What are these two up to? Okay, yeah, I can't interrupt that. I wish I knew what this track was. I still have yet to find it. And it's annoying. It's like, where is it? Iji sitting there going, oh, this feels strangely familiar. Ow, ow, ow. Like, if Iji being a lawyer, come on, you can't convince me he's not smart enough to figure this shit out. Uh-oh. Ah! I guess that's fair. Ow. There we go, there goes Easy. Uh-oh. Who's she aiming for? Oh fuck, not me again! Ow, 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 ow! Oh, so I'm dead. They're gonna go back and like, where's the president? Where'd she go? And then it's like, I'm just dead. There we go. Trophy unlock, a reason for hate. It was just a bad, loudmouth girl. This wouldn't have... I'll get you for this. Wait, Ichi, Katano, let's get out of here. Yeah, we're at a disadvantage here. Did you see that? My incredible beauty made that monster-lipped bitch run away with a tail tucked between her legs. Kushinashi. Damn it! Well, what? What's going on? Seems she has a past with that guy. Put more damper on my victory? Sheesh, bunch of killjoys. Let's go back, servants. Oh, it's goddamn Reaper. Ah, I'm so tired. Is there tea? Where's the tea? What was the outcome? The Go Home Club got away, but we hunted quite a number of the guards. I see. You can go home now, Lucid. Jeez, who are they anyway? I wonder that as well. Fawn knows. Fawn's one that invited us. She's just playing dumb. Enemy or ally? I look forward to finding that out. Oh, we can hang out with Kurumi. You know what? No, I need to wrap up because it's getting a little later into the day. When we come back, we have our starting point since we're right here. I will... Yeah, I'll save over that file. I still have that other file from before we did that thing with Ayana. Just because I want to know more about what that all means. But that'll do from me. As always, thank you so much for watching. We got a lot done. We got to meet Kurumi properly, or Kushinashi, and she's a wonderful little human being. We dealt with Mirai properly. We got to know the whole gang a bit better. We got to see a deeper side of some of the side characters. In general, we thought that we made a lot of progress in this 4-hour stream. Tomorrow is back to Dangan, where we start in Case 5. And potentially the last of the final 3 streams. Because I think Case 6 in its entirety will be 1 stream. But Case 5 is... Oh boy, we'll get to that when we get to that. Nagato and his Immaculate Hand and his Antics enter a whole new level of bullshit and craziness in the next case. But one thing at a time. As always, thank you so much for watching. Please like and subscribe if you enjoyed what you watched. It genuinely goes a very long way to helping, and we're getting so much closer to Hades. In the description of every video is my Twitter or my Patreon if you feel so inclined to follow along or support me, but you don't feel like you have to, don't worry about it. And I'll see you tomorrow for more Danganronpa 2. But until then, you guys take care now.